everyone? We're back with more DCEU Mania, and we're finally here. It's time, gentlemen, for the SNUT, the 4-hour Justice League SNUT. That's officially the name of it now. We have abbreviated it beyond understanding, and that's what we're watching this evening. Everybody strap in, get ready for it. I'm going to try not to do too much preamble, because there's an extra thing we have to do, because Austin and I were idiots last night. But anyway, thanks for joining us. I'm Captain Logan. Next to me is my son Jason, who's going to be here for as much of this as he can stand. Yeah. We've got Austin across in Canada land.
I'm already unable to stand, so let's get through this.
Wait, what does that mean? Did something happen?
No, this is the one I was dreading the most.
Oh. And we've also got our resident comprehensively or otherwise the closest thing we have to a Snyder fanboy. It's John Sandoval. Hi, John.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us, buddy.
I like these movies.
John likes these movies. John's going to explain why while the rest of us fight fatigue. That's what we're doing tonight. We're not fighting Darkseid. We're not even fighting Steppenwolf. We're fighting fatigue. Yes.
Steppenwolf is fatigue.
Yes. do you remember Steppenwolf is the main villain of this film?
No.
He's very memorable.
He is. I actually did remember it.
Now it's time for nobody's favorite Funko Pop figure, Steppenwolf.
You gotta get that.
No, I don't. Austin, did they make a pop figure for the Snyder Cut version of Darkseid that you see for 6 seconds? I bet they did that.
I assume so.
I'm sure.
But I don't know.
That. So Austin, you're not excited for this, even though you coined SNUT. Like, you have to have been excited since then to at least get to keep saying it over and over again on camera.
Mm-hmm. Well, somebody else coined it. I can't remember who now. It was in the chat, but
oh, I thought that was yours.
No, I'm excited to say SNUT throughout all of this Mania.
Apologies.
Just not have to watch SNUT.
Apologies to whoever came up with that. I thought that was Austin's.
No,
I just caught it.
It was a comment in our BVS commentary. It was.
I knew it happened in the BVS commentary. See,
it's in the chat. It's Captain Kun.
Captain Kun. Okay, yeah. This.
There you go.
Thank you. This series, we've been doing this. This is our I guess 9th or 10th day, and it feels like we've been doing this for the better part of 2 months. That was a really long time ago now.
Okay, so not only did Darkseid get a Funko Pop, Darkseid got 2 Funko Pops.
Of course he did.
Darkseid has a Funko Pop with his staff, and he has a giant Funko Pop on his throne.
Well,
I guess that makes sense because it is like he is wearing the armor later on, and he's not in that fight scene because it's supposed to be Uaxis or whatever. However you pronounce that.
He's wearing the exact same clothes.
We'll see if any of this comes back to me. This is going to be like a couple recent ones we've done, like Birds of Prey or something, where I'm going to have to kind of let it wash over me because I don't remember a lot about it. There's those couple of things that I really liked and some things I didn't, but overall, that's right, and this is in here. So anyway, okay, great, calls Captain Kun a god among insects. It's true.
Is Birds of Prey just as bad as the last time you saw it?
Yeah, it was really rough. I had a tough time with it. We had some viewers that really liked that movie, and I was hoping that something would kind of snap into place for me this time, but that did not happen.
Is it better than Suicide Squad?
I mean, I don't think so. Personally, I could make a case as far as structure and stuff, but no, not really. Anyway, but getting, I can't even say getting into this because we have to backtrack for a second. Somehow we completely forgot to read Patreon responses last night for Wonder Woman 1984. So we've got to do our due diligence and go ahead and knock those out real quick. And there's not very many, so this shouldn't take very long. But if Austin could do the Discord ones and I'll do the Patreon ones again. Apologies, guys. I don't know what happened to us last night. I announced it at the start of the show. We were going to do it, and then we never remembered it while we were watching.
It's because in 1984 there was no Patreon.
Oh, is that why? Okay.
Exactly. There you go. Okay, do
Thanks
you
for
want me
that
to just read all
excuse.
4 of mine real quick, or do you want to jump back and
We
forth?
can go
Or...
back and forth. You've got 4, I've got 3, so you can start.
Okay, so Doolittle says oof, and that's it. He just wanted us to know that that movie is an oof.
And then somewhere he was like, would you guys read my oof? Yes, Austin just did it. He read your oof. Daniel Davis, although there are individual moments I can highlight, my favorite thing about the film isn't a scene so much as a performance. Pedro Pascal I actually thought was quite good as Maxwell Lord. Austin spent a lot of time talking about how he used to think that was a great actor, and then he saw Wonder Woman 1984. Aside from the problematic nature of Steve Trevor's return, I think the script could have had a couple of script polishes, maybe better explain the wishing stones, for example. Yeah, fair enough. Just how down the middle I was with the film initially is what he was surprised by.
Captain Coon, inventor of the SNUT. Favorite scene / moment, about 20 or 30 minutes in. About 20 or 30 minutes in, since that was when I left to go play Final Fantasy VII Remake. My dad wouldn't stop
Wow.
talking because we watched it at home, and he was really annoying. Things I would change. The year it's set and make it present day. A thing that surprised me that I hadn't seen it at all until the Mania.
I wonder if he watched all of it with us last night.
It'd be
I
funny
think
if
so.
You just watched the first 30 minutes both times.
And then he left to go play Final Fantasy.
And then he was like, you know, that
I
sounds
mean,
really
that is
good.
a better use of your time.
He's like, that's my ritual with this film now. Is I always watch half an hour and then I go play
He says
Final
he
Fantasy.
did.
Oh, he did. Okay. Okay, great. Favorite scene: the mall opening was fine. I guess I remember very little about this movie. I remember there was a cat lady and Pedro wanted to be a rock or something. I'm not sure what he would change. How Steve is brought back. Agreed. And the thing that surprised him, how much the villains gave off Amazing Spider-Man 2 and Batman Forever vibes. We spent a lot of time talking about both of those movies last night.
So, John, the first time we've had somebody on the show that left one, even though it wasn't for this one.
John, do you have your own comment memorized? Can you tell us your comment so that Austin
I
doesn't
don't
have to read?
remember
Oh,
what I
okay, okay.
I can tell you I don't like that movie.
Tell us more,
favorite moment?
Austin, in John's voice.
Okay. Favorite moment when the credits rolled. Main thing I'd change about the movie: get rid of Maxwell Lord and make it about Wonder Woman and Cheetah entirely. What surprised you the most? How bad the effects were. There you go.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Why is he?
John, why didn't you like Wonder Woman 1984? Because it was different, and I don't like things that are different.
Stop their answer.
Back
That's just
studio.
true.
I'm sorry, John. What was that?
I said that's just true.
And then Barbara Minerva pledged allegiance to the Graveyard Smash.
And then Wonder Woman posed for a picture that nobody took. Bag Studios, best scene, invisible jet sequence is visually arresting. The thing he would change how Trevor's brought back, if it has to be in it at all, it's rather lazily done. And biggest surprise, the intended tone, which didn't work for me, but I appreciate the swing. It's at least one of the more interesting failures. Okay, so we got that knocked out, and nobody's here for us to talk more about.
Your mom's
Oh, do you have one
Facebook is
more?
an interesting failure.
I have 2 more.
I'm done. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I guess I had 5, not 4. Sorry,
Yeah, you
my
said
bad.
4, but I should have known you had one more because of that and math. But anyway, go ahead.
And oof.
Yeah, what I think the oof one threw me off.
That also threw me off. Go ahead.
Serial when pigs fly. Favorite moment. Maxwell Lord. You're putting yourself and everyone else in danger. I need you to give me the stone. What happened to it? Main thing I would change is the pacing of the film. Give me the stone now. I remember being in the cinema and the pulled out the invisible jet. I guess it just means when they pulled it out. I looked at my watch thinking the film was about to enter the final 30 minutes to find that we've been watching it for an hour. What a drag. And then Super Billy, Diana learning to fly is his favorite moment. He said, despite it being a retcon and despite the scene being set to the overused music track, Adiago in D minor, I probably butchered that, by John Murphy from Danny Boyle's Sunshine. What he would change the most is the plot. And the thing he was most surprised by was the baffling decision to have Steve Trevor's soul possess some poor schmuck's body instead of just wholesale resurrecting him.
Yeah, so we're all in agreement on that, it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly.
And this finally concludes the DCEU Mania on Wonder Woman 1984, which nobody is here to listen to us discuss, so now it's time to move on. Hey, we still got a couple...
thought this would be the longest Mania. It was actually Wonder Woman 84.
Well, yeah, went into a whole other day.
It just keeps going. We'll find out that there were even more we forgot to read. We'll have to read even more of them tomorrow night. Speaking of that, we've got a few more of these left this week. If you still haven't had a chance to put in some responses for one of these movies that we're about to talk about, like The Flash later on this week, and tomorrow night we're doing Black Adam and the Suicide Squad before that. You can become a patron at the $2 tier, just the $2 tier, patreon.com/geekvolution, and that's how you interact with us that way. Also, if you're here tonight or any of the other nights, you can, of course, leave a super chat in any dollar amount, and that guarantees that we will talk about whatever you're feeling about the movie. And here's one from Killer Moth Returns, $2 super chat, SNUT created by Geekvolution with Captain Coon.
Exactly.
Is Flash the first of the double feature on Thursday?
No, it's second.
No, it's second.
Oh, I wanted to be on that.
We'll go as fast as we can.
You're free to be there for Shazam 2 if you want to watch that again.
No.
Oh, you don't want to taste the rainbow?
No.
I think when it was the 3-week schedule, Jason, for like the Wednesdays that you were supposed to be there for, you would have had Suicide Squad, Birds of Prey, and Shazam 2, just like the worst lineup.
Yeah.
That almost happened. I'm really glad you weren't there for Birds of Prey.
Yeah.
That would have been really uncomfortable. Brady just put in a $20 super chat. How about I wait and read this one? Thank you so much for the support, man. I'm going to wait and read this after we get started, since this movie is so long. We got to get going. So I'm going to have us take a break about 2 hours in. Like we did, I think, with the first blind commentary we did on this movie. This makes this very bizarre. So Wonder Woman was the first movie that made DCEU kind of, or DCEU Mania kind of strange, because I was waiting for the Rewind Commentary Project episode to fight with Austin about that movie, and then we had to do a little bit of that on camera, although it was very respectful, and I didn't say nearly as much as I will later. But then with this one's weird because we did a blind commentary when this first came out 4 years ago, and this is forcing us to do that exercise again, which is a very strange thing to spend our time doing once again. But here we are.
Did you watch it for the first time on stream?
Yes.
Okay,
it was a blind watch party.
Because I know I watched it with you.
You watched it with me after that. So we
why
had
did
to
I watch it?
because we had to. I had to watch it again over the weekend for the spoiler cast.
Oh.
So we did it because I wasn't going to just do a blind commentary. We were also going to talk about it, but I had to watch it again unfettered. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's what happened.
That's why I watched it with you.
Okay, is everybody ready?
Nope.
Get your movie to timestamp 0. We all debated a little bit about watching the Justice's Gray version, and then I looked at some screenshots of that, and I went, yeah, I don't think I can look at that for 4 hours. Jason was like, we're going to fall asleep, and I was like, I agree, we better not do that. So that would have been a way to make this a little different. I kicked it around, but I think I'd rather watch this in color, and I know that's what Austin decided
tomorrow, the Justice's Gray version? No.
No.
Oh.
We're not going to also
we'll
watch
the
that.
Gray version right after this.
No, John, it's not one of our streams.
Oh.
That is how I saw it when we did that original watch party, because I had a busy weekend, so the only way I could watch it for the spoiler cast was to watch it back to back.
Dude, you're more committed to this channel than I am. And it's my channel. Like, not even I would have done that.
Yeah, it sucked.
Yeah. It's madness. How's he still
Anyways,
here?
boys, hold on to your snuts. Let's get into this.
He's been saving that, I can tell. He practiced that in the mirror this morning. Okay, here we go. Everybody get ready to press play. When I say now, I'm just about to do it. I forgot to get my disc out for this, Austin. Maybe I'll do that at the break. But I also have this only on DVD.
Did you get it for the movie?
For the movie? No, I've had it.
Oh man.
I bought it when it came out.
Weird.
Or I bought it shortly after it came out, like on sale or something. Here we go. Let's watch this thing. Everybody, please. Everybody, please press play right now.
John does have his physical one ready though, so he can show that.
Cap, so you said you have this on DVD. Is that just like a 2-disc DVD or?
I'm not sure. It might still be in the shrink wrap, even like Wonder Woman 1984. I'm not
We
sure.
can do a live unboxing.
Yeah, I did a live unboxing last night for Wonder Woman 1984.
Really?
It was riveting. We discovered, you're not even going to believe this, we discovered that it was a double disc and they were different colors. It was
Oh, wow.
It was absolutely riveting.
I ask because I like Austin said, I have this on 4K.
Yeah, the
it's
Steelbook?
a 2-disc movie. Like, yeah, the Steelbook.
Oh, cool.
But they have to split it up over 2 discs for some reason.
Even on the Blu-ray?
Even on
On
the
the
Blu-ray
4K.
and the 4K.
That's insane.
So this is a 4-disc set.
Okay,
Because
look.
it comes with the Blu-ray and DVD or 4K.
Look, you guys, this is a really serious film. So we need to get in the right mood for this, and we need to remember how somber of an occasion this is, and that Superman has died, and it will absolutely be worth the rippling sound of his voice going through space for the next 10 minutes.
This is the dumbest freaking scene.
I thought you were gonna say we gotta get our serious hats on and sing some Billy Idol, because with a rebel yell, he cries more, and more.
That's true.
This is the darkest episode of Super Friends that was ever made. Because the reverberating sound that you literally see going into space is right out of Super Friends.
Even Gal Gadot's like, what?
I want to know what Snyder said to her when she looked into the camera. Like, okay, you're seeing rippling. And I don't mean pecs, I mean sound waves. And then what I want to know is, were those close-ups, those actors, just like staring in, like, just past camera for a really long time? Or was that really slowed down? Because they're also sort of moving in slow motion.
I don't know.
These are the kinds of things I think about, Austin.
Oh, that's true, Brayden Atkinson. She's seeing Superman SNUT.
Oh, no! Oh, no. That's very ominous. The mother box has shut down. What's going to happen?
Who cares?
It's not.
Damn.
It's not gonna be Darkseid right away. I can tell you that.
So I'm not super familiar with like the Justice League Rogues Gallery. Obviously, Steppenwolf is a weird choice. Is there somebody that you guys would have liked to see more than him for the first Justice League? Because like it feels weird to just jump straight to Darkseid.
We talked about this the other day, or when we did the Whedon version, and anything I can come up with, you'd have to make it basically a totally different movie. My big thing was, it's not crazy to jump right to Darkseid, John, because this is cribbing so hard from Jeff Johns' first Justice League arc in New 52, which does Darkseid. And the very, very first thing New 52 does, which is ostensibly a full-on reboot, is Darkseid. So if you're going to do this material, that's what you do. That's what makes it, to me, even weirder that it's not just Darkseid in the first place. But beyond that, you'd have to tell a completely different story and make it some other big Justice League villain or another like Superman villain or Batman villain that's worthy of the Justice League. And the suggestion I made was Ultra Humanite, but I mean, it could be, there's a lot of different things.
We also could have just done the Masters of Evil.
And I mean, I don't know anything about Steppenwolf, so like I like him fine in this version.
I mean, there's not much to know, as far as I understand.
He's Steppenwolf. Everybody knows Steppenwolf.
He's a rock band.
Yeah,
that is true. He's born to be wild. But yeah, he's not like an especially important character. It is weird though to jump into all this New Gods stuff without the New Gods. You're like, we're missing half of this. Not that this movie actually cares about New Gods mythology, but it is still weird.
Yeah, it just takes a couple of the big things everybody knows, like the mother boxes.
Mm-hmm.
And does it even call boom tubes?
Oh,
Yes.
I don't remember.
Do
they? Yeah.
Sort of uses them.
I think so. I think it's in the third act.
Okay. Brady, $20 super chat. This version of the Justice League actually worked together as a team better than they do in the theatrical cut, and specifically when they talk about bringing back Superman and the final fight in the third act of the film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not at each other's throats as much in this version.
Yeah, and then they don't have that light switch moment where they're now all buddy-buddy and it gets really awkward. Where now we have to sit through a lot of comedic banter that's not really earned and, not very funny. And isn't it odd, like, not to go back and talk too much about that, but I mean, we have time. Isn't it odd, Austin, that that's the big thing where even though Whedon kind of remade this movie, it's like BVS again, where you have this time a whole team of people who don't like each other, don't really get along. They're not trying to murder each other the whole movie, but then you're going to have a real easy kind of flip where, like, now they're friends, and it's not really earned.
He should have just made all of their mothers' names Martha.
Although I will go back to the dark side of it all, too. I also think if you're going to make him the Thanos, you're, like, really setting yourself off on a bad foot when we introduce him not only losing, but losing to people less powerful than the Justice League.
Are you talking about in that flashback?
Yes. That and his entire plot is that he showed up on this planet, got beat down there, left the mother boxes, and now doesn't remember where they are. Which is so contrived.
I don't mind him losing in that flashback, because the way I understand it, I mean, I don't know a whole lot about Darkseid, so I'm just kind of going on what the movie's given me. Because he's like under a different name, so you can just say like, oh, you know, that was so long ago. He's almost like a different person now. By the time you get to the...
Do they even really go into that, though? Like the Uaxis thing? That's what it is in the comics. But I don't know if they ever really talk about that.
I don't remember.
It's been a while.
Much about what they say in that flashback.
Yeah, I think it's just a flashback, but like, he looks at least a little different, so I think maybe there's supposed to be a visual.
Yeah, he's like shirtless. I just think that's a really bad idea if that's going to be your main villain. Like, I already, don't see him as threatening.
Yeah, the same thing.
And again, it also makes him look stupid because now he's like, my world-ending devices, I don't know where they are anymore.
Jason Ryder is telling you to look at the filmmaking.
Yeah.
He says, this is beautiful. Look at it. Look at the filmmaking,
Yeah,
Jason.
it's great. I mean, to be fair, in that specific scene...
There's pretty shots. I mean, I'll certainly give it that.
In that specific scene, at least it wasn't... At least it was like a far back shot.
I was going to say, there's coverage. There's actually coverage.
Like, finally.
But it's big, sweeping, breathtaking scenery shots at the beginning. I'm going to have to look close and see how much coverage there actually is inside, like, buildings and things, like when we're establishing places where characters are talking and doing things. Oh, I forgot that
the parts
had names.
That is a dumb name.
Don't count on it, Batman.
Don't count on it, Batman.
It does sound like a 66 episode title.
Yeah, and then you'd have to tune in tomorrow to see how Batman gets out of the death trap, and there would be a second episode title that rhymed.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, "Don't count it." Although that sounds like the second one, doesn't it? Like, "Don't count on it, Batman." It sounds like there'd be another title that led up to that.
Mm-hmm. Or the second one is just "You counted on it, Batman," and he's a number themed villain.
Clock King?
Having not seen Aquaman 2, but I've only seen Aquaman 1 and then both cuts of Justice League.
You can come on Friday.
Oh God. This probably has my favorite version of this Aquaman. Like, I really like how he's characterized here, and I really wish this had been the characterization that they had for the rest of the movies.
I agree. I do like it better. There's kind of this cool conniving thing going on behind his eyes.
Well, and he's a lot more serious from memory.
Yeah.
And I like the idea of Bruce having to go around and like recruit these people. I just wish we did a little more with it, like me, because I think the only time it doesn't go the way he wants it to is with Cyborg, where Cyborg's just like, no, I don't want anything to do with you.
Yeah, he seems a lot more Viking-ish than he does just straight up dude bro. Like, I see the casting a lot better. It's still like
they cast him for like Conan and Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and the Atlantean he played in Stargate Atlantis, which is where his whole career starts and why he gets typecast in that whole thing. I always have to bring that up because nobody here has seen that show except for me, and it's still wonderful to me that he got Aquaman after he got his start in Hollywood playing an Atlantean.
Yeah, because that's unfortunately one of the biggest like casualties of the Whedon writing in the theatrical cut is his Aquaman is awful. And it just carries over into at least his first.
In the what?
Well, and I wonder what his movie would have been like if this had actually released, or something close to this had released.
Yeah. Even
don't count on it, Batman.
Flash, I still don't love his Flash, but he's better here.
Yeah, marginally. Like, I don't know. I'm with you. Like, I don't like the casting. I don't love the performance, but I see it more. I get I think with really everybody, I'm understanding the casting better with this version. I'm like, oh, that's why we went with these people. Okay.
There's stuff that's just jumping out at me since we just watched the theatrical cut.
Yeah.
I think the funniest is that the strongest man is strongest alone or whatever is still a line here, but Whedon just added in that cutaway where Bruce Wayne goes, that's the opposite of the saying. He's just like actively making fun of the dialogue in this version.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
He
true.
still calls him Batman in front of all these people, though.
Yeah, which is still stupid. Although I liked your point that maybe they don't have internet.
Bruce Wayne's like, shut up.
But yeah, that's true. That means,
Make way.
and that's probably one of the things that got Whedon, off of the wrong foot with some of these actors, because notoriously they didn't get along with him, and that means that he did reshoots where he made these actors go back in and make fun of the dialogue they had done before. Like, that probably didn't engender, confidence in him.
Yeah, because I mean, regardless of people's feelings on either version of this movie, it sounds like a lot of this cast really liked Snyder, really liked working with Snyder, and then you get this other guy that comes in, rewrites the script, is having to make fun of the version they signed up for.
You guys, he thinks he's making Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
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 Like,
How
I don't
embarrassing.
I don't know what this is, what this bit is giving us with the singing, except just atmosphere.
Yeah, that's literally it. This whole movie
Like
is
it's
just
just
atmosphere.
this is supposed
Well, it's
to
just
be.
supposed to make him feel like a god, I guess, but it just plays as awkward.
Yeah, and like it's building on the somber tone that we started with the death of Superman, but they're not really singing about that. I don't think. Maybe
No, I
they
think they're
are.
singing about Aquaman.
I don't know.
Like it's
Because-
that like he's like a god to us, like we're singing to him.
Yeah, because he's like established himself as like a protector of this small village, so probably in some way they worship him.
There's this-
The Mothra song, "This Is Not."
Yeah, and there's this general, just with the way that scene is shot, I just feel like there's this general kind of melancholy to the whole thing, for some reason. Like it really feels like we've started on this mission where we've got to go, like, throw the ring in Mordor or something, and we're just trying to get the Justice League together. I didn't remember this scene, but it's cold.
I was about to say that might be his best line delivery as Alfred. Just, my God, Master Wayne, it's cold.
Cold. That's awesome. Tyler Zayas, this movie is so pretentious, and yet still way better than BVS.
No.
I agree. I agree.
What I appreciate about it is it's a simpler. It's not trying to do as much as BBS.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just don't find it as pretentious as that. Like the filmmaking is as pretentious, but the script writing isn't so much. Just because there's not as many like platitudes that are pretending like they're way, way deeper than they are. I'm not even saying
Yeah,
I'd
I don't
rather.
know.
I'm not even saying I'd rather sit through this over BVS, Austin. Once again, as I've said before, I'm just talking on a narrative level.
But I also think that makes it worse. Like BBS was at least trying something. This is 4 hours of not. It's nothing, and it's pretentious on top.
I mean, I
of
don't
that.
agree with that. I don't think it's nothing. I just think it's not worthy of the length, and there's just a lot of kind of unnecessary scenes.
And this is just a very, very much like this isn't a movie. It's just atmosphere. Like that's how I think of it. Is it's just like that's the whole movie.
There's some substance in individual, like setups of characters and, I guess I want to say subplots, like with our introduction of characters, but.
Yeah, I mean, just with what we have here, I'm more forgiving of because there are scenes that I agree don't need to be here, but it's the director's cut, or like it's just everything that he had. It wouldn't. A lot of that stuff wouldn't be in if he had gotten his own theatrical.
No, and that's very true. This
But
is
I
not
like-
what the
I like,
theatrical cut
like-
of that movie would look like.
But I like checking in with Lois and seeing her life after Clark has died, and
So if this is the SNUT, then the original Whedon version is the what?
yes.
Yes.
Now this is kind of an odd way to reintroduce Wonder Woman in your Justice League movie.
Yeah, it feels a lot more like a Batman setup.
Well, and with the setup of with the ending of the last movie, I would have thought her setup would be what she's doing later, which is working with Bruce in the cave to find these other metahumans and recruit them to the
Oh
League.
yeah, that's what it should be.
This movie would fit on a Game Boy screen.
That's true. But yeah, this scene.
I guess that's the preferred way to watch it too.
This scene is looking at Dark Knight so hard. All of
And,
you.
it kind of feels like this scene is here because, like, with what Austin was saying with the nightmare scene in BVS, it's just we haven't had an action scene in a few minutes, so we need something to.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Yeah.
And I mean, I don't mind it. Like, I don't hate it. It's just I don't know why it's Wonder Woman.
No, I agree with you. But like, how are we already 20 minutes into this?
We're 20 minutes into this.
Yeah. And he's absolutely right. Like that's why we've got a hostage situation now, and a real obligatory one.
Because I don't remember, this isn't in the theatrical cut at all, right?
It is.
It
Yeah.
is. Yeah, that's.
But like everything that's in this version, it's much longer. And now we have blood splatter whenever Wonder Woman hits people.
Yeah, that's the big difference. But yeah, this is the same setup for Wonder Woman. It's just we jump into it a lot quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Like this shot is in that version.
I do like the shot.
And now she has her new theme.
Much better.
Yeah, I mean now it just is Xena.
Yeah.
We can still provide the old theme though.
I think they used the older theme later. I could be wrong.
I'm sure.
No, I don't think it's
Does it
ever in
never
this
show
movie.
up?
Okay.
I don't think so. I think she has a completely new theme.
It's been a minute since I've watched this.
Oh, and now there's F-bombs.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's rated R now.
Well, and what's funny with this
It's
cut
the F and snut.
is this feels like it's trying. This scene also feels like it's trying to respond to people's complaints that like the heroes in this aren't heroic enough. But then later she's gonna detonate her bracelets and like kill everyone.
Well, I think they still have the moment where she looks at the little girl and it's like, oh, you're so inspiring after she just murdered all of these people in front of them.
Yeah, and that's a Zack Snyder hallmark. That's how you know you're still in a Zack Snyder. Well, there's a lot of ways you know you're still in a Zack Snyder movie, but that's one of the big ones.
Why does she have to explain the lasso every time she uses it?
Because giving Gal Gadot exposition is a great idea.
Yeah, like, the lasso is the one thing most people know about Wonder Woman. I don't think you have to explain it every time. And even if you don't know what it is, it becomes clear pretty quickly. It's like,
we do the theme. Okay, never mind.
People
Sorry.
always tell the truth. Oh, there it is. I thought it was
I
there
don't know why
somewhere.
I
but I
genuinely
didn't know
thought
this
it was
early.
not in this version, but there it is.
There it is. Well, that's okay. I had that last night where I didn't think it was in 1984,
Okay.
and you kept going, no, it's right there! We've been setting it up the whole movie!
Okay, that is so weird because I'm like expecting everything to be in slow motion and now it's fast motion, and that's weird.
Look, he's
and
visually,
now it's slow motion.
He's
Okay.
visually subverting your expectations, Jason.
It's like I'm
Isn't
gonna
it
have a heart
spectacular?
attack because it's like I'm not expecting it to go to fast motion because it's a Zack Snyder.
Adam March, there's the theme, John wins.
It's true.
But yeah, Austin, I won't harp on this too much, but just to kind of finish this thought, the big thing that kind of shocked me and made me appreciate this more than I thought I would, I still don't anything like love this movie or anything. When we first watched it, was just, it's a lot more sober than BVS, and I know what the hell is happening. And it was just, it was nice to see Snyder make a movie that made sense at least some of the time again, because it had been a while. And so that was the big thing for me. That's kind of where my standard was like, if there's a logic to most of what's happening in it, automatically I'm happier. Because BVS busted my brain.
Yeah. To me, we're just back at Man of Steel, where I'm like, this is just boring. BVS is at least interesting to talk about.
Yeah, and again, I don't have the same thing you do with Man of Steel, where I don't find it super boring. I just don't think it's inspiring the way I initially did.
Bracelets. I like that we're using the bracelets more, but that does look a little awkward.
And it also has a bunch of stuff that doesn't make sense.
It's the way
more
she's
I
like
thought about
speeding
it.
through is awkward, but I am
Yeah.
glad that she's using them.
Yeah, so like I
Believe
said,
it.
this being a weird scene, I like this scene well enough. Except for this. I don't know why we had to do that. All those people are dead.
She already killed all of them but that guy, but she also destroyed the building. What was the point of stopping the bomb?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like she stopped the bomb and then just detonated one
And
anyway.
then just blew it up anyway.
Okay, wait, how did she do that?
With her god killer power.
Yeah, but like she's been using the gauntlets like.
Oh, I guess the hostage is
And then
fine.
she did both of them, and then it blew up the thing.
Yeah, it's what she does in her movie,
Okay.
where she hits
think
them
that's
together and it explodes.
I think that's a New 52 thing, right? Where they like store energy when she uses them. And then
Oh, I think that's right.
It's been so long since I've read New 52 Wonder Woman.
I'm assuming it is because everything in these movies is New 52.
Can I kill people like you? Of course.
Even a domestic terrorist.
You can be a SNUT.
No, only one thing gets
She
to be the
what she
sun.
just did is what starts Civil War.
That's true. That's what this movie should have been.
But no, Austin, I think what I've learned about the two of us is that we're easily amused in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, if a movie is earnest but bad enough, you really enjoy it, and sometimes that doesn't do anything for me. And if a movie that I wasn't expecting to make any sense kind of does, I'm enjoying it a lot more. Or if there's that thematic idea that I latch onto and I'm just thinking about the whole time, like with Man of Steel.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I never had the boring thing with that.
Yeah, I mean, that is like half an hour of movie with endless action sequences that are really hard to sit through. And then this is just the pilot to a Dark Super Friends. Stretch out to 4 hours.
No, it is. That's what I'm saying. Absolutely. When you said Masters of Evil, did you mean Legion of Doom?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I meant Legion of Doom. Sorry.
Because somebody was like, that's Marvel, Austin. And I thought about it for a second because I was like, wait, does DC have one? I'm not thinking about it. I'm like, no, we're in Justice League. He's got to be thinking Legion of Doom right now.
No, I was thinking of Legion of Doom. No, because I said it because that's what I always say. I wanted to see with the Avengers, and I was just gonna say that's something that Marvel never got to, but that clearly crossed my wires.
Oh, apparently we're in Victor's favorite scene, so I have to gong now. Yes, they gong now, and we should start reading responses here in a little bit. Adam March, $2 super chat. Don't worry, guys, you're 1/8 through the movie.
Austin, did you
We're in like the first 5 minutes of the theatrical cut. Sorry, what, John?
This is the series that has killed Austin. I think there's a chance that when I come back from break, Austin does not. I'm sorry, John, go ahead.
I did. What, John?
Did you need help with the Discord comment?
Oh, I got it. I got it.
Okay.
I mean, he looks better. I'm with Austin. I still don't like that design, but the effect is nicer.
He's finished this time around.
With how long this movie is, this is like half a season of Super Friends.
That's true. Now I wish Steppenwolf in the Whedon version was just a pencil drawing.
That would be better. But
Gather
neither
the
of the
Legion.
Steppenwolf designs are good.
Don't gather the Legion. My eyes will glaze over.
Yeah, I think this one's fine, like, for what it is.
He's just very Michael Bay Transformer to me, where he's just a like mess of metal.
That should have been his name.
I love that shot. I don't remember if it's actually in the movie or it's just Photoshop. Austin, do you remember that like the meme that came out right after this cut where it's like him without the helmet and he looks really goofy.
That might be in the movie, because I think when his head gets cut off, he's not wearing the helmet.
Okay.
But I can't think of the meme off the top of my head, so...
Well, it's annoying that Thanos has to immediately take his helmet off, but this guy gets to wear it most of the time, and I don't even know this character, and that he's supposed to have a helmet.
Well, from what I've seen of the comic book version, this is a complete redesign.
Yeah, the theatrical cut looks closer, but...
My understanding in the comics is he just looks like a guy.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, the word hammer is really weird in that accent. Yeah, I remember this Amazon scene going on a really long time. And, after the Snyder Cut, with as much Amazon stuff as you get in this, you really don't need that flashback at the beginning of 1984. There's a coolant leak!
Yeah.
Coolant leak!
Coolant leak.
Slide under the door! Wow. We just watched an Amazon warrior pull a Geordie LaForge. That was amazing.
It's also interesting rewatching this after seeing some of Snyder's Netflix movies. Because this looks 100 times better.
Because it doesn't look like he made it in his living room?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get there.
No, the very end of this does look like it was made in his living room, but
The thing with this
Yeah, the
movie
last half hour.
No, that's true.
The thing with this movie is there is an entire Wonder Woman movie, an entire Batman movie, an entire Aquaman movie, inside this movie.
I mean, I'd argue there's not really a Batman movie in here.
Yeah.
It's kind of more of a, World Without Superman movie, except we don't actually explore anything. We just sit around and be sad for a bit.
that is the one casualty of killing him so quickly is there's not much to explore with the World Without Superman. He's done 2 things.
Well, I know I'm a broken record, but he's done 2 things, and I think he would just be a giant question mark to everybody as to where his loyalties and morality even lies. Yes, he technically saved the world, sure, but if you're looking at it very closely, he might just be cleaning up his own mess. And yeah, everybody probably doesn't know that giant, weird monster thing was Zod and was made out of Zod's body, and probably wouldn't blame him for that. If they knew that, they'd be confused before anything. But also, it's just hard to tell what he cares about. Because that's a Superman that never got in a microphone and told anybody anything. He just did things. And he kind of acted above everybody.
What is that shot?
What is that shot?
That close-up of Hippolyta?
Yeah, it's pretty just right into the frame. Austin, let's read some comments, man.
Yeah, do you want to go first, or do you want me to?
How many do you have?
What's that, sorry?
How many do you have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, I've got 6, so I'll start. Chewbacca's Lover.
Okay.
Austin, am I cutting in and out again, or?
No.
Oh, okay, cool.
Not that I've noticed.
Chewbacca's Lover, glad you called it the SNUT. My favorite part is when Joker talks about giving Batman a reach around. I never watched this, though. I just saw that part on YouTube. That's his whole review. He just watched that one scene on YouTube. Okay, your turn, Austin.
Okie dokie. So from Abik Stark, he says, my favorite scene is Superman's not impressed entrance. The main thing I would change is Snyder advertising for a movie he should have known he was never going to be able to make with all the apocalyptic world flashbacks, flash forwards, sorry.
Yeah.
He was super lucky that he had the opportunity to make this cut of Justice League. What surprises me was Martian Manhunter showing up at the very end, having done nothing and helped no one throughout the whole runtime. That would have significantly damaged his character going forward, so I'm glad that it's this particular version of the character is over and done with, as much as I wish Cavill had gotten another chance to play Superman with a better writer.
Yeah, everybody talks about justice for Superman. How about justice for Martian Manhunter?
Martha Manhunter.
Martha Manhunter.
Why'd you say that name?
Superman might not be impressed, but the real person who's not impressed is Austin.
That is true.
I meant to say this earlier, but when this came out and it was originally announced that it was going to come out in parts, I was really frustrated that they didn't release it that way. Because it's just ridiculous, as we've already said, how long the thing is, and that, I mean, yeah, it's on Max. You can pause it. You don't have to watch the whole thing in one sitting. But the fact that it's out in a 4-hour block like this suggests it's a movie that you're supposed to watch beginning to end. And with the part breaks, it's really odd that it's not released as a miniseries. And I think that, I don't want to say it covers a multitude of sins, but I feel less weird about the pacing. Like, if it was to be kind of just recut as a miniseries, like I'm more okay with everything left in if it's released in episodes like that.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been interesting, and like I said earlier, I don't mind them putting everything back in for this, just because I know this would have been like the re-release or like a special edition that had come out. This would have been the actual theatrical movie.
And Snyder's.
Well, I was looking just to confirm.
Oh, sorry.
But I remember at the time they said that 60% of the audience that started this movie didn't finish it when it came out.
And that probably would have still been true even if it was in episodes, but I think it would have gotten less made fun of for the runtime if it had come out that way. And, like, obviously a lot of us would have known it was supposed to be a movie and would have still thought it was weird that it was 4 hours and broken up. Like it would have been made fun of some, but, like, regular folks just watching stuff on streaming channels, it would have looked like just another miniseries.
Well, and I think this also had the uphill battle. Like, at the time that this came out, like, your casual viewer, are they even going to know what this is? Do they care?
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad this released. Like, I wanted to see this, but it was for a niche audience.
Well, and the only reason, or the main reason it came out was because Max was desperate for original material. And I don't know that this would have happened without COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's the other reason that I find it kind of perplexing that they didn't go with the original episode plan, because the whole idea behind that was to stretch it to keep people subscribed a little longer. And then they just drop it as 4 hours, but they still, I mean, you guys probably remember how huge the advertising was for this. Like, they made a really big deal out of it on Max. And they seemed to think they were going to get a lot of new subscribers over it. And they dump the whole 4 hours at once, and then they seem really surprised when it doesn't do the numbers they expected it to. And again, I don't know that in parts it would have done that much better for them, but it just seems like a smarter battle strategy on the business end of it, in my mind. But can we go see Lex Luthor again? Because
Ding ding
Can
ding
we
ding.
have more ding 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 ding? Lex needs
See, Cap, you're
cowbell.
begging for BVS.
Hey,
Exactly.
hey, that
You
would've-
will
that-
be begging that you're watching that movie by the end of this.
No, I'm not begging that I'm watching BVS. I just want more of that scene. I just want more, sir.
Exactly.
Somebody needs to make the ding 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 10-hour edit for Cap.
Yes,
That
well,
might
and
exist. I feel like
I'm
that's
sure that
something that could
exists.
be a thing.
Well, and I also just missed the score with him. I also could have used some of that bombast in this. Bomb.
Is this Junkie XL? Who does the score to this?
Yes, I think
Junkie
so.
XL was never on his own.
Oh, it's okay.
Let me check here.
Because
No,
I
this is
didn't think-
someone named Tom Hokenborg, and I don't even see a. Or is that? Oh, that is Junkie XL. Never mind. That's who that is.
Oh.
He did the whole score. Never
Because
mind.
I knew Zimmer didn't come back, and Junkie XL has done like stuff on his own.
Yeah, I'm
So-
sorry. I thought he was paired with somebody else. Again,
No, it's okay.
what do I know?
I just wasn't sure because I thought it was him, but I wasn't entirely sure.
Now, for the record, Austin, like I said, I don't find Man of Steel super boring like you do. A lot of this is boring. I mean, I'm with you on that.
Well, and this is definitely more boring, but I mean, that's just kind of the nature of what this is.
I just appreciated that it wasn't like oppressive and cynical and completely logically baffling. That's all. I'm just glad about that.
I want some of that. Give me something to be interested in. Give me something that goes, what? Why did you do that? Why did you make that choice?
Martha Manhunter, why did you say that name? Let's read some more comments.
Yeah.
Joe Turner, favorite moment in the Snyder Cut. Superman's triumphant return, the blaring music, the fight, and sun recharge. It was perfect. I forgot about the sun recharge. Main thing you'd change, axe the entire last half hour self-indulgent slop. Agreed. What surprised you most? How Warner Brothers and Whedon managed to cut all the best scenes for the theatrical. Cyborg and Flash's big moments are some of the best in the film. I agree with that. The Wonder Woman intro fight was way better. Steppenwolf's design is at least cool, and there's plenty of humor without any additions. Anyone given this editing software and the 2-hour time limit could have made a better cut than Whedon's. I've always said that. Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Because Austin, you usually follow like the making of these movies more than I do. Is there a reason there's such a drastic difference with Steppenwolf in the two cuts? Because like, if they already had a character model, why does the other one look so unfinished?
I think that's exactly it. I think because this is the design it's supposed to be. Like this is the design that you see in BVS. But I think Whedon goes, "Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna make something better." But then he had like 3 months to make it. But I don't know. I don't really know too much about the behind the scenes of this. Like by this point, I'm out, so like I don't really care. But
Bit Dad, is this a good? So is
No.
this a good sequel to BVS?
Oh, is it a good sequel to BVS?
Is this a better sequel to BVS than the what?
Yeah, the what? Yeah, oh, yes. Just because, I mean, kind of like Wonder Woman to Wonder Woman 1984. It's such a weird, like off-putting tonal change where it. Except it's weird because that movie is made by the same director. And with Whedon, it's I don't like what Snyder's doing. I'm gonna try to turn it into something completely different and make it more accessible to a general audience. So yeah, I mean, this is better as a sequel to BVS. I always thought this looked horribly unreal. I'm always really distracted by this effect.
I've been having some
arrow.
flashes of the effects, like when all the Amazons came down on their horses. All that stuff looked really bad.
I
Yeah.
recently saw a fire effect that was way worse.
But yeah,
With what?
it certainly feels more of a whole piece, like BVS to this, and then whatever would have come after this, because he was building to like more big epic nonsense. Than that to Justice League. This does still have a bit of a different flavor than BVS, but like it feels enough like it exists in that same world instead of heading in a direction. Like I do I guess like that it's not exactly more of the same, but you can still see the same like director behind it, because now we're gonna be focusing on some of these other characters, so it's not it's still about the like godhood idea, but there's these more kind of down to earth characters now that Batman's realized that Superman's not just a despotic god, even if I think maybe he was.
It doesn't feel like a complete 180.
Yeah.
Came before like the theatrical cut.
Anyway, what were you saying, Austin? I was finding that to be a challenging question.
Yeah, for sure. Here's the Atom. So that's your 7, Cap.
Oh, there you go. I forgot the Atom was in this.
I guess technically we have 8 because we also have Martha Manhunter.
Yeah. Well, but you're also not uniting all of them.
Mm-hmm. Like he's here. Look, he's united. He
no,
feels
but
strongly.
He's not going to put on a costume and fight with the rest of them. You have to do that to be united.
Martian Manhunter is just an alien man. He put on a disguise. Her name was Martha. He is in costume. He is united. We have 7.
How crazy is it that we've had 2 Atoms on screen, either on TV or in the movies, and they're both just whatever.
And one of them was played by a Superman.
Yeah.
And both of them don't get to shrink in their first appearance.
And I'm so sad because Brandon Routh could have been a great Atom, but he's on that show.
He's on that show. It's just ridiculous to me still that the CW couldn't get ahead of Marvel on that. Like, they hadn't had Ant-Man yet, and they have their shrinking character, and he doesn't shrink before Ant-Man does. So then retroactively, he looks like a ripoff of Ant-Man when he finally does start shrinking, and you're like, you guys are idiots.
Well, not only that, but in his first few appearances, he's just an Iron Man ripoff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, and that has maybe the greatest moment of any of the CW shows, where the Atom goes to fight Green Arrow, and he like immediately knocks out Speedy, and then Oliver he like throws a knife into the, Atom's leg, and it shuts down his Iron Man suit, and then he's like, "Leave me alone." And then he just leaves, but I guess it's not Speedy, but like Roy Harper, because I think Speedy is his sister in that show. Yep. But Roy Harper, and he just leaves him unconscious there.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's so stupid.
That moment, and then Austin, I don't know if you made it this far, but Roy Harper makes everyone believe he's the Green Arrow, even though there's like a noticeable height difference between Stephen Amell and that other actor.
No, I've not seen that part.
I believe that's how they write Roy out, because that actor wanted to leave.
Austin, are you more bored by this or by the CW Crisis special?
Oh God! Don't make me choose.
Because I made you watch through that.
That's
we
the
did
worst
watch
thing
through
ever.
that. I think this is also just really hurt for me that we just watched the theatrical cut. So through large stretches, I'm like, oh, here are the exact same scenes but longer.
Yeah, no, that's true. I agree. This is actually harder for me to watch through because we just looked at that, and there had been.
And I remember
there was
we
a lot
did
of
it last
distance
time.
for me the last time I saw this, where I hadn't thought about Justice League in a long time. So it was kind of out of my mind, and this was fresher again, and that's probably partly why I don't think of this as much as the same movie but longer like you do, and I'm wondering if I will have that more this time around.
Yeah, well, when we did it the blind that first time, we did it on a Friday, and I had watched the theatrical cut on Thursday just to have it fresh in my mind.
Okay.
And I just remember being like, Yeah, like I'm just kind of seeing the same scenes, but there's stuff in between, obviously, and like the tone's different. Obviously, like it's like the same movie with different takes.
And different characterization for characters. Because I can't agree that it's the same movie when these simple, even characterizations are different.
So you see it.
But that's like the main thing that's different, though, is it's just some of the characterization's different.
So you see it as almost more of like a Daredevil director's cut situation.
It's farther than that. It is definitely farther than that. But like at the end of the day, they're both built from the same groundwork. It's like if you took a premise and you gave it to two directors and said, "Here, make this," and they had either the same script or just a similar like first draft, and then wrote a second draft off of that. Where I'm like, oh, but it is still at the end of the day the same movie. It's just through a different lens.
Just to jump back to what I was saying a minute ago, people in the chat were pointing out that apparently the CW shows also did Ryan Choi. So we have 3.
Oh, they did.
Adams.
Oh, I didn't remember
That's
them
right.
doing that.
I had no idea. I was
forgot
out
about
by that point.
There's the other Adam. Oh, there's Darkseid, Jason.
Wow.
It's the dark side.
Well, you know what? You know what I'm disappointed about, Austin? I'm disappointed that the pop figures, now that we know they made them, almost certainly weren't called the Dark Space Side, because that's what they should have been.
Exactly.
Dagon Spear, I was almost disappointed this movie wasn't more insane.
I feel that.
Yeah, the first time I saw it, I latched on to a couple of character things enough that I was kind of pleasantly surprised. It was more of, at least for Snyder and compared to the first two, like more of a straightforward movie. I'm having that less going back to it here. I had never had that Lord of the Rings thought, and I'm really distracted by that now, and that's all I can see in this, is like he's trying too hard to be that level of epic with a very basic put the team together movie.
And that makes it more boring.
And more pretentious.
Well, in that way, I think like he also wants to be Seven Samurai, and I think he talked about that at the time. I can't remember, but I almost mentioned that when he was Bruce was talking to Aquaman earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But it just doesn't warrant this.
But it's Seven Samurai with the pacing and the more kind of melancholy tone of something like Lord of the Rings, where it's not earning that from anything.
But Lord of the Rings isn't even melancholy. Like it is a film epic in the true sense, in that it can be fun, it can be dark, it can be, like just all these different things all at the same time.
Yeah, but he's looking specifically at the
dreary.
melancholy parts, at least at the beginning of this. Like, I feel like we open this, like, hip deep in the middle of the feel of the second one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that might just be, like, because we see those movies differently, but, no, fair enough. Because I don't really have that at all with Lord of the Rings, but I do agree. Like, I think that he is trying to make this on that level. He just isn't that kind of a creator.
Well, I was thinking of like the period where Frodo's had the ring too long, and he's like real, tempted to use it, and he's kind of freaking out on people, and like that's kind of there's a bit of like a melancholy stretch with that, and I feel like this opens with that 'cause Superman's dead.
But this is more like if you're really bored in that movie when you're getting the epic like landscape shots and whatnot.
Yeah.
Except it's only that. And it's not even just landscape. Like, that's how we're shooting Aquaman in that scene. Like, that was just 3 minutes of him walking across a dock.
And drinking.
And drinking. True, I forgot about that.
And I also, people will get mad at me, but it's just not my bag. I'm also kind of bored through stretches of the Lord of the Rings movies. Like it's just not my thing.
But yeah, which is why I said like I think we're just coming at it from
boring.
a different perspective.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is, but like, I recognize there's more going on in them
Than this.
than
Hey,
this.
look, it's the king he found at the end of his movie.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
Is that movie supposed to take place before this?
No,
it couldn't.
because they mentioned Steppenwolf in that movie. It's just that movie's weirdly retconny.
I was gonna say, because I remember that is the movie where he like accepts Atlantis, but here he's already part of it.
I didn't
But
remember.
same with the theatrical cut.
I completely forgot Volvo was in this.
Yeah, he was cast for this, and then I remember being really surprised when he wasn't in the theatrical cut.
I don't know if you had this, Austin, but I remember when he was cast, because I didn't remember who Volko was. I thought he was going to be the villain of Aquaman.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's a great choice. And then I was
You
like,
know,
oh,
I'm something of an aqua lad myself.
Well, because I was like, oh, he's going to be like the mentor that betrays Aquaman for whatever reason. Because there's that guy in the new 52 run. I don't know if you remember this. That like turns on Aquaman for his own, that Aquaman trusts, but like he betrays him for whatever reason. He's not Atlantean in the comics, from what I remember, but I thought that's who this was going to be.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't remember that offhand.
A mentor guy.
Well, I'm suddenly imagining a completely different movie than the one we ended up with for Aquaman now.
Yeah, if
Based on
this had
this.
been the version that come out, I think we would have had a different movie.
Oh,
I don't
definitely.
love this weird like air bubble they make to talk.
I think it's
I don't know
Would it
why
make
that's
sense with Mira? Like that is her power.
Yeah, but the way this plays it, everyone does that, and that's how they communicate.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like it makes sense when she does it, but when they all do it, it doesn't make any sense. It's just there so that we can have them, in scenes together.
I
think Snyder is just like,
they
oh,
do
we can't have
in
them
the
speak
movie.
underwater. Like that would be weird.
This guy goes up to Aquaman. He's like, "Do you know how much I sacrificed?"
And he feels like a different character.
Well, and to your point earlier, Austin, where this doesn't care about like the new gods mythology, as someone who also doesn't care just because I haven't read any of that stuff, I don't know who Desaad is. What's happening right now?
I forgot Desaad was in this. Well,
Yeah, we get Desaad and we get Granny Goodness.
oh, that's right. Well, John, I would say Desaad is a well-known enough new god that he would have made slightly more sense as the villain of this if you can't do Darkseid right away. Granny Goodness even more so, but
Yeah, like I know who Granny Goodness is from different like Superman adaptations, because it feels like every Superman adaptation has to have her somewhere.
yeah,
Well,
I think
they also
Desaad's
make it
usually
weird
just, like, a
when,
right-hand man for Darkseid.
With Steppenwolf being this giant monster, it is also weird then when you go to Apocalypse and they're all monsters except Granny Goodness, who is just an old woman.
Who is voicing Desaad here, I wonder?
I'm not sure. I was just wondering that.
He's not
When
Tony
Desaad
Todd, but he
is-
sounds a little Tony Todd-ish.
Because when I mentioned last time that you kind of have the Avengers setup here, where Loki is working for Thanos. Desaad in this is the guy that Ronan kills in Guardians. Was his name like the Other? I think.
Oh. Oh wait, never mind. No, the more I'm listening to this, it actually does not sound like Tony Todd.
No, he's a little bit more like high pitched and kind of wormy.
He would have been a good Starscream.
There's no Green Lanterns, no Kryptonians, no Batman.
No Batman.
I mean, sorry, there is a Batman. I forgot.
There's one Batman.
What did he just turned into a what?
He just turned into
He
a
turned
what?
into Whedon's version of Justice League.
Yeah, he turned into a what?
Brady, $5 super chat. These Aquaman underwater visual effects shots from Snyder's Justice League were some of the first early footage that leaked back in 2017.
Yeah, I remember. I think we saw. There's also photos of Mira and Volko on like an island. I think we get that later.
Yeah, we
Maybe that's not there. Oh, okay, it is there. Yeah, I couldn't remember for sure if that was just promotional.
Okay, so is that suggesting that Wonder Woman has technical prowess, or that she just blew the hell out of Bruce's security, and Bruce just kind of let her do that because he was amused by it? I don't actually know which way that goes.
If you listen really closely, you can hear "intruder alert" being yelled over and over again.
Intruder alert! Shut up!
Shut up! I am not intruder.
That's
so
the worst
I
Gal
looked it up.
Gadot you've ever
Desaad
done.
is being Desaad is voiced by Peter Guinness. He's been in a couple things I've seen, but I don't know what he's been in that you would have seen.
Hayden Spring says, "Hour down, 7 to go."
Look, there's Green Lantern. I can give Whedon something. Green Lantern in his version actually makes constructs. In this version, he just shoots rays. It's lame.
That is lame.
Green Lantern where?
He was just in the background of that shot, but we will get like actual action with him later.
Oh.
And it's
In the flashback.
Austin, I don't know if you had this thought in this, because in this version, because this is a very new 52 Justice League, but we have versions of two founding members that aren't in the league in this. We have a Green Lantern here, even if it's in a flashback, and Martian Manhunter, but neither of them are in the league.
But Cyborg made it.
Yeah, well, that's just the sign of the times.
Yeah, so this is all the stuff that I mentioned in the theatrical cut. They just reskinned the CGI. Like, they just took the Steppenwolf model and put it on Darkseid.
Yeah, and so this would not at all have been what you got in the theatrical version if Snyder had been able to put his movie out.
I don't know. I think this would still be Darkseid if this came out then.
Oh, do you think?
Yeah, I think Whedon just went, oh, we're cutting the Darkseid ties. Just put Steppenwolf's model on top of Darkseid.
Oh, okay, I see what you're
Look at
saying. Sorry, I thought you meant
Yeah.
it went the other way where they threw Darkseid onto Steppenwolf's model. I think that's what you meant.
Oh, no. It's the other way around. In the theatrical cut, that they put Steppenwolf over this.
Okay, I got you now. Yeah, could we please stop having Gal Gadot give exposition and voiceover ever? Ever.
Defoe is right there. Let him do it. He's exposition,
That's
man.
all he was hired to do! I can't believe we're back talking about Defoe again. I was not expecting that.
That's true, because he doesn't come back in Aquaman 2, so this is the last time we'll see him.
He might have a cameo in that. I cannot remember, but he's not a main character.
Mm-hmm.
Parademons.
Aquaman
Well,
too.
one thing I could say, Austin, is at least there's not a place where she's chuckling for no reason. I'm really sick of that. And she'd be like, well, you know.
See, here's Green Lantern Jason.
And I'm like, shut the
And
hell
he's just
up.
going to shoot lasers at people.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which, I mean, it is unfortunate because I wish he was making constructs, but I have seen that in other like adaptations before.
That does happen.
Yeah, it's always lame, though.
It would be
Yeah.
nice if he just made one thing. Just make a hammer.
Make a
It's
boxing
one
glove.
thing.
It's just what he does in the what? He makes a hammer and he hits a guy and then he gets killed.
Yeah, and then one of the Amazons could look up and go, "Oh, look, he made a hammer." Because they say
It is
hammer
from-
weird.
And then they go, it is from his culture.
It's from his culture. That is my new favorite takeaway from Wonder Woman 1984.
Beautiful.
You get to the end of that movie, Jason. We could not stop laughing. Oh, there's a dead hand, and the ring came off of it.
Oh no, that's just the
I'm just
ring.
glad we're finally getting like a proper
Wow.
Green Lantern.
And
in
Darkseid's
Gum
just
Superman.
so growly. He's like, "Brawr."
He sounds like a video game character.
I am a monster.
And he looks like a freaking monkey. No, he does. It's like a monkey-looking Darkseid. He's so ape-like. We just watched Planet of the Apes. I feel like I've got like a Planet of the Apes version of Darkseid here.
Ares should have gone
Wow, that
for
blood
the
looks
head.
so real.
Yeah, some of this looks really wonky.
Yeah, it does. This is bad.
That and the
It's-
blood splatter they add in places is like
What?
not great
I
looking.
know
That looks
we
like
should-
it's from Injustice.
I think we should all be glad that we did not see this on a big screen.
I'm having
Yes.
it mostly with the Greek gods. Like, there's something off about them.
Mhm.
I think the regular, like, the Amazons and like regular people look fine. It's just there's something off about the design of the gods. Like, it just looks like a person with CGI touch-ups or something. I don't know.
But like all of these gods that just took out Darkseid are then killed by Ares, who's killed by Wonder Woman. This is our main villain for the Justice League.
And I don't think I appreciated how 300 the effects here were too. But this all looks just like that movie.
Yeah.
Oh sure. Which makes sense.
Yeah,
but
yeah, it does.
It's not great.
It's 300 hours too. Not-
To Austin, because I don't necessarily disagree, but to give it, I guess, the benefit of the doubt, they win from a lucky shot. Like, they just happened to hit him with the axe. He was winning before that.
I don't know. It just doesn't really play like it was that much of a struggle to me.
That is especially a 300 shot because that was just Sparta. Like,
That and like I said, now he's gonna look really stupid because they take his mother boxes, and later on, Steppenwolf is gonna be like, "Oh, I discovered the stuff here," and Darkseid's like, "What?
but yeah,
It's
Jason,
there?"
They have a big Linda Carter cameo at the end of Wonder Woman 1984, where she's like a old Amazon.
Yeah.
That's in. Like, the character's in a flashback. We don't see her face until the very end, and then she walks out, and she's like the after credits. I don't know if you remember that.
I kind of.
And this little girl is like, you have a really pretty name. And she goes, "Thank you. It's from my culture."
Yep.
And I'm like, isn't that true of most people's names when they come from their culture? It's such a weird thing to say.
John, where does your name come from?
My parents picked it.
So your culture,
So your culture?
Your mother box?
your mother box named you.
Yeah.
What's in the mother box?
I think it's your mother.
Super Billy in the chat pointed out that this whole thing is also Snyder trying to do like the opening of the Fellowship.
Yeah, and I was
Yeah.
gonna mention that too. It reminded me of that with the way he cuts off Green Lantern's hand.
Which, I mean, I like the idea of the mother boxes being like split up amongst humans and Amazons.
Do you guys think this is more effective if the movie opens with it? And I mean, that's pretty typical where you'd open your movie with a flashback montage and be like, here's the MacGuffin and here's the villain, and then you'd maybe forget about it for half an hour until you finally get there. But it does feel kind of weird to throw it right in the middle of the movie, especially with how long it is.
Yeah, probably.
This would have been a good opening. Because, like, you know, I like this movie, but it is kind of weird to just start at the end of BVS.
Well, and I don't think that's too weird if you don't live there for too long. It's just, it takes so long to finally get anything going with it. I could see the very opening being like Superman just died, and like as silly as I think the reverberating thing is, you just truncate that and be like, that's the catalyst for opening the mother boxes. It's like, oh my god, wait, what the hell is that? And then you give us the backstory. Maybe. But I will say, I don't think the structure is the problem as much as just the pacing of it. Because we've been getting like a lot of introductions of characters, and we're having to, I guess now I feel like I'm talking about BVS again. So this is a thing they sort of have in common. But you're having to put a lot of pins in things, right? And then all of a sudden we're spending a lot of time on this backstory, and I'm kind of impatient wanting to get back to the main story, because all of that is, just kind of set up for MacGuffin for the main villain.
Because, like, to your point,
I have all these things I have to remember.
I can see this bothering people. We're an hour in and we're just now meeting the Flash.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Yeah, he doesn't have to show up. If anything, he should show up later.
This is the one time I kind of like this Flash.
Oh no.
Well, and I also think introducing characters periodically throughout the movie isn't bad if you've got enough clear rising action through it, John. If it's like we're doing this epic structure again, sort of that Seven Samurai idea, where we're slowly building a team where you've got like these two characters, you got like Batman and Wonder Woman at the start, and then we recruit this character, and then we recruit this character, and we don't need to meet them until we recruit them. That is much better than Suicide Squad going through its litany of every character.
No, I agree. I was actually going to say this earlier. Is my favorite part of this movie, or thing about this movie, is Batman having to go around and like recruit these characters and like try to work with them despite him not exactly being the most friendliest person. That being the challenge, but then he doesn't really recruit Aquaman. He just goes and talks to him and then leaves. He hasn't met Cyborg yet. He hasn't met the Flash yet.
And Batman also doesn't feel like
the basic doesn't bother me, but I can see why it would bother someone.
Batman also doesn't feel like a completely different character now after Superman has died, like he does in the Whedon version.
Yeah,
where like it is, such as it is, a more natural progression of character. I'll see if I still buy into that when Superman comes back to life in this version, because it's been forever. And
I like that glass effect. And Austin, with what I was saying earlier, this is the most I've liked this version. It doesn't mean I like this version still, but the other two appearances are the Whedon cut and the Flash.
It's all the same to me. You said that, and immediately he was like, what do I have in my pocket? Paper monster, yum yum. I'm like, I'm going to murder this man. This is the only place we have this stupid limitation with the Flash, where he can't just grab somebody and move them, because that's not realistic enough. He would explode. And it's like, we don't need to be playing with the boys' rules. Like, the Flash can just move people.
Yeah, I'm kind of with
this
John.
doesn't need to be like a 10-minute scene.
Where this is where I've, and I agree with that with the physics, Austin. But I'm kind of with John, where this is the most that I've liked this character, but it's less his performance and more just like the production and the writing around it.
Yeah,
it doesn't have as much Whedon humor, but like it's still just kind of that. Like he's still just grating.
And that might be it, Cap. It's more so the writing than the performance. But Austin, I agree with you, especially because this is the universe that doesn't ask you to think about the physics of Superman catching someone.
Yeah.
Tyler says this driver.
They like really overthink the Flash, I think, just in general.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler says this driver couldn't wait for a red light to get his burger.
No, he wanted it now.
Austin, he's the Resident Evil 2 truck driver.
I was thinking that.
Okay, great. $5
Also,
super chat.
did the truck say Gardner Fox? That might have been a comic reference.
It might have been,
yeah. Okay, great. Put in a $5 super chat. Amazons/Atlanteans, our best soldiers will stand guard and watch the mother boxes for generations. Humans scoop some dirt on it. It should be fine. The stupid humans.
I mean,
The parademons look like the henchmen in a Power Rangers show.
Yeah, well, I
They
talked a
do.
lot about Power Rangers during the Aquaman movie, and that whole movie is Power Rangers.
when
Probably why I
Steppenwolf
liked it.
is your Goldar.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have had that thought many
He's-
a time. In fact, if only the 2017 Goldar looked as good as Steppenwolf.
He's a better Goldar.
I was
than
gonna
we
say
had in
they
the Power
look
Rangers
similar
movie.
enough.
Yeah. And, like, I don't even like Steppenwolf in this. Well, and it looks like Steppenwolf is made out of the same stuff that the Zordon backdrop is.
Mhm.
That was very in style for these kind of movies in 2017.
Yeah, maybe don't wear like suits made out of friggin' metal because it'll just stab into your back and then that'll happen. Or what? I don't know what happened, but
He just released Starro.
I was just about to say, is that supposed to be like a Starro reference? I never picked up on that.
it's like
first two times.
Starro Trek. That's what that is.
Oh.
It's like Starro from the future. It's Starro Trek.
Don't worry,
Starro
Austin,
Beyond.
One day we'll get a good Flash movie.
I'd like to thank Jason this evening for his contributions to the commentary.
Like what?
Like Starro Trek.
Like Starro Trek.
And the what?
Yeah.
Taking Spear, but humans Mother Box took the longest to find for some reason.
Yes, they all should have buried it.
That is weird. Well, the bat is dead. Bury it. So somebody remind me, do we have a clear indication of when we're looking at the real Martha Kent and when we're looking at Martha Manhunter? Or is it just such an afterthought that it could have been Martian Manhunter the entire time? Like, I can't remember.
I think it's just
No.
there's a scene where they speak together, and that's where it's Martha Manhunter. I think it's only that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, I'd have to watch it again. I think Martha in that scene might be talking like a little differently, but you don't really know until she walks out of the room and then for no reason her eyes turn red.
And no, I'm pretty sure that was like an afterthought where they
Yeah.
added that in because they're having like a really personal conversation about like what it means to have lost like the son and boyfriend, from what I remember.
I was assuming that was an afterthought in the exact same way as Mystique at the end of Days of Future Past is.
Yeah, exactly. And they're both eye flashes.
They're both eye flashes. But this is the other reason that I think the episode thing would maybe watch a little better if you just like take your time between them and watch like one every day or something. Of course, people tend to binge things anyway, but because we're introducing our characters over time like this feels like the start of an episode to me, where it's like Wonder Woman's talking about Barry Allen in Central City. Now this is going to be his episode, or his and Cyborg's episode together, maybe.
I was gonna say, to your point, this feels like if this was a show, this would be the Cyborg episode.
But is this worse week to week if like we're accomplishing this little?
It's also par for the course for streaming shows.
Oh, yeah,
So,
absolutely.
Yes, I agree. But I also think people are more accustomed to that than they are putting it all together in a movie like this. Because this has that streaming pacing. Like, it feels like it should be in episodes. All of that
I
is a
like
moot
Cyborg.
point, because this needs to just be cut down to 2.5. Even 2:45. I'm not suggesting that, and I mean, Austin will probably disagree with this. I'm not even suggesting try to find a way to make this a flat out 2 hours. But even if you cut an hour and a half, you'd immediately fix a lot of the pacing issues.
Yeah, I mean, I could see a 2.5 or 2 hour 45-minute theatrical cut in here somewhere. We'll never get it at this point, but
No,
And
there
I
was
remember when BVS was coming out, they made a big deal about there was a scene with the Gotham football team, and like Victor Stone was supposed to be set up there.
Yeah, it's the cops in Batman's introduction are watching a Gotham game.
Yeah. But it's just funny because I remember them mentioning like Victor Stone was going to be set up in that scene, but just in that scene in BVS,
They're just watching on
they're just
TV.
watching on TV.
Yeah.
But I do like that, he's like playing for like Gotham, and I like his origin story for what it is, just accepting the fact that it's the new 52 Cyborg.
I'm just waiting for Bane to show up and take over the city.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Because it was always weird to me, even in the new 52, how connected to like the New Gods and Darkseid and everything they made Cyborg.
And just trying to find a way to
wake
shove
up.
him into the Justice League.
No, you can't make me, John.
I've talked about this a lot, but I just never thought that Cyborg fit into that same like pantheon of founding Justice League characters. And that's nothing against that character. The Teen Titans are a different thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's great in Teen Titans.
Cyborg feels so much more like a like Marvel creation than a DC creation. That it's really weird. Like, he's not that iconic, larger than life kind of character. Those should be your founding Justice League members. If you want to add him later, sure, but I don't like starting with him.
Well, I was going to say that too. Yeah, I don't like that we cut Martian Manhunter to put Cyborg on that team.
Now, I will say this movie makes the best case that it can for that. I don't love that in general, but I've learned to live with it with this.
Well, and I'm not saying this is necessarily the reason that's done, because I don't know this for sure. But if it is just like a diversity thing, like we just want like a token black guy on the team, Martian Manhunter is traditionally also played by a black man. Like, you could still leave that if that's your main motivation for doing it.
Well, and like even if that's their thought, just put Jon Stewart on the team.
Yeah,
and Jon Stewart was the Green Lantern they were going to use,
which I'm not a fan of, but like it's whatever.
I am.
Whoa,
That's
racist
what I want.
John coming out.
Oh, come on.
Also, Superman.
John's
just died,
like,
so
there's only one Green Lantern I don't like.
Also, Superman just died, so you can put in the best black superhero ever.
Yeah.
Cyborg Superman.
Oh, I thought you meant Steel.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Shaq.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I think you
Steel,
said John Henry
Steel
Irons.
would be great, but
Cyborg Superman.
Cyborg Superman.
Yeah, who is a character who turns out to be Martian Manhunter.
You're right. So that's what I was. Yeah. Okay, so if Batman v Superman had Mr. Rogers in it, would it be called BVS Kids?
What?
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 Instead of PBS
Just saying
Kids,
words at this point.
I don't even understand this joke.
Instead of PBS Kids, it would be BVS
Instead of PBS,
Kids.
it's BBS. I got you laying down.
No, this
Jason,
this movie's so boring.
It's past your bedtime. Go to bed.
This movie is so boring.
Get out.
I agree.
$5 super chat. Oh, that's the okay. Okay, now I understand your. I made
It's so boring. I would rather watch Mr. Rogers explain the plot to me for 5 hours.
Super Billy. I made a 3-hour cut of this movie. I tried making a 2.5-hour cut, but I gave up. I may go back and try again.
Yeah.
So I like their Cyborg a lot. I don't love
too.
the design. This is where I run into what Austin has with Steppenwolf, where he looks like a Transformers character.
Yeah, just kind of over-designed.
Yeah.
Well, not kind of, just is over-designed.
The casting
we're
for
going
his,
into Cerebro.
The casting for his father is perfect. I've always really liked that actor a lot.
Yeah.
He invented Skynet and Cyborg.
We went into Cyborg Soul, and now he's in a Linkin Park music video. They're about to start singing in the end.
Well, that guy's a character actor on a lot of TV shows. And...
Mm-hmm. There's something I rewatched the other day that he was in. I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh, it's Speed. He's in that.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Oh yeah,
about
yeah.
that.
I
Yeah.
only saw that movie once. I gotta watch it again.
And he's really good in Eureka, which I've not seen in forever, but I remember really liking him in that. And of course, John, he's good in Smallville.
Did he make The Matrix?
The Matrix.
Yeah, this is like The Matrix.
Oh, I see.
I
no,
think the
it's
New
kind of-
Gods technically made the Matrix. I guess. I
It
don't
is
know.
interesting, Cap, just how many like Smallville actors are in these movies.
There's a lot.
Stop looking at the camera.
Well, and
Well,
John,
he's got Deadshot's mask
to
now.
your
Yeah.
point, that's so weird. To your point,
What is it?
it's ironic to me that I find him the most sympathetic and relatable character in this, and he's the character I at least want to be part of the Justice League.
Well, I feel like they've decided to kind of make him the. I don't want to say the heart of the league, but like he's the one that has the clear character arc of like coming to terms with who he is, and like you said, he feels like kind of like a Marvel creation just in concept,
Mhm.
where it's like learning to learning to be who you are with this new responsibility that you've been given.
Well, the tragedy of being used as a vessel for things that you can't control, and then having to kind of clean up the mess of that, where like you feel guilty about it, but you're not really at fault.
Yeah. Well, and that, I like that at first he's like, no, I don't want anything to do with this. Like, I just want to be left alone. Like, I don't like who I am now. Whereas all the other league members have had time to know who they are and establish themselves, except for like maybe the Flash, and they're those like
Mhm.
gods among men that Snyder loves to shoot.
With this, we just
guy
have a full-on Cyborg origin movie in this movie.
Well, that's the other
Yeah.
thing that makes it feel so TV, is that we have to keep stopping to like do these character stories.
That's
Like they're not just
yeah. I mean,
they're not just basic introductions, and so they feel like whole episodes of TV shows.
that is one of the downsides to this not only being the sequel to BVS, but it's also a Flash movie, an Aquaman. It has to be a Flash movie, an Aquaman movie, a Cyborg movie.
And this was the secret origin of ATM Man. He walks up
There's an
behind.
ATM.
He walks
man.
up behind needy women in alleys trying to get money, and he gives them money through the ATM machine.
Yes.
You said needy. I genuinely thought for a second you said he walks up behind meaty women. I was like, what does that mean?
Because with the Cyborg design, I will say I think
He
the
only
face
helps.
look
hef-
good,
He only
like,
helps hefty women.
No, just kidding.
I like the way that they've kind of animated like the robotic part of his face. It's just the torso is so overly.
Who is that?
designed.
Yeah, I agree with you, John. Who is who?
The Fly guy.
What?
That was just the Beetle.
A parademon? Was
Oh,
it just a
okay.
parademon?
It was a robotic though.
I don't know. I was reading the super chat. Speaking of Brady, 49 super chat.
That was a parademon.
I think it was just a parademon. The Whedon cut really gutted the Joe Morton scenes. Yes, really liked the relationship between Silas and Victor Stone in this version. Yeah, it's sad, and there's probably some interesting paralleling analysis you could do between his, issues with his father and Superman's backstory, Batman's backstory. There's a lot of parent
if there's
stuff that
one-
you could do something with.
If there's one like advantage Gunn doing Wall-E if that's the direction he goes, and so that I won't have to see this for a third time in the last like 10 years.
Yeah, I'm done with this setup for scenes. I'm done with Barry Allen talking to his incarcerated father behind glass, telling him to live his life and leave him alone. I never want to see that ever again.
Oh, I think that's the best stuff.
We need to never do Flashpoint again.
No, Jason,
to
this is really good. The
never
problem,
do Flashpoint again.
The problem is that this movie does it, and then the Flash TV show did it to death.
Right.
It happens like 600 times in that show.
Yeah.
And then his movie does it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just with a
'cause
recast actor.
That's like the one idea that they have for Barry Allen when it comes to adaptation.
Oh my God, awesome! We're going to watch it again.
This
Don't say that.
This was such a good idea we had.
Don't think it, don't say it.
I'm so glad we did this.
You guys have fun. And then Austin, that's Dr. Manhattan, isn't it? The actor?
Yes, which we talked about in the theatrical cut, but I forgot you weren't. You wouldn't have been there for that.
No, he keeps making us
yeah.
rehash crap, but then we still have another 2.5 hours left to go.
We can talk about so many things. We got the time.
We could.
We have the money. We can rebuild him.
You know what? It's a Mania. We can do whatever we want to. I am tempted to just turn off our audio, play the entirety of our stream from the Just League theatrical version, and then come back for the last half hour.
Well, I was gonna say it is a Mania. Instead of doing a break, we could just take breaks in intervals, like we did kind of with BVS.
Yeah, I thought about doing that. We can do that if you'd prefer, and then
it doesn't bother me. It's up to you.
The show will be as long. But I also this movie is so long. I'm liable to do both. You know, I liable to take a break.
I'm the only one of us having a good time,
and still get up at some point.
I'm still good, so.
So can you believe this being the big scene that the theatrical version was advertised on with the trailers, that we are an hour and a half in and we're like just now finally getting to it? Like, this feels like it's supposed to be in the first 15 minutes of this movie.
Would you remember, Cap, when we got to that first fight with Steppenwolf with the League, and it was exactly halfway through the theatrical cut, and I said when we get to the Snyder cut, it's also exactly halfway through.
Yep.
Talk about costumes they overthought.
Very attractive Jewish boy.
Well, and his whole thing with this is that his suit is made from, like, a jet. Which is just strange. Like, how did he make this?
His suit is so
honestly though, I don't mind it being a suit that he couldn't have made. Like, that's just the comic book nature of it.
No, but if you're gonna do it like that hardcore, Flash also just straight up should never have an armored suit.
I agree.
He's a character that has to run. Like, he needs to wear something that is more like spandex that he can move around in.
Because, the show kind of gets that right. The biggest problem with the show suit from memory is just the color scheme.
Well, the suit in at least the beginning one, I know they changed it later, but the first one is just like a leather jumpsuit, which also isn't a great design for the Flash.
Yeah, Austin much prefers the muscle suit from the 90s show.
I do batarangs.
I'm wondering how much of the crap that Barry Allen says in this scene is improvised. When he's like, Viola, did somebody write that down? When he's like, I do competitive ice skating, did somebody write that in the script?
That seems like an oversimplification, Kat.
So,
I think of some of this stuff as Whedon dialogue that turns out is not Whedon dialogue.
There is a bit of that just throughout this movie.
Feels like a Whedon line.
It feels like a Whedon character. To some degree, although...
He's still Sheldon Cooper from Big Bang Theory.
Why did that make a noise when he went like this?
Dude, I talk about that all over the theatrical cut. There's a lot of it there where there's all kinds of places where somebody just pulls out a metal object and goes ka-ching! Like it doesn't run into anything. It's like this isn't an anime, you guys. Like
I was about to say, like, he just pulls out the batarang, like it's just down here, and he just puts it up here, and it goes, and it just makes the loudest noise ever.
The I'm Rich line also feels like something that we would have written.
yeah.
I remember being surprised the first time that was in this one.
This is my favorite Batmobile.
Austin, I remember when the theatrical cut was coming out, that scene also got a lot of like, oh, they're just ripping off Civil War. And it makes me wonder how much of that like is coincidental or
I said that in the theatrical cut, it is the exact same scene. I 100% think that they're ripping that off.
Adam March, $2 super chat, $2 for the meaty women.
Well, I wonder because this movie got delayed and was in like production for so long. So I wonder if that exists like before, or if that's a product of the delays and they see Civil War and they're like, oh, we got to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not like they would have been filming anything by the time they come out, because Civil War and BVS come out like a month or two apart.
Yeah.
I like techie inventor Alfred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I like
Jeremy Irons is really good.
And it's fun that he and Wonder Woman get this kind of downtime scene together. I forgot about this.
This is actually fun.
I also love that every time he talks about Aquaman, he's like, the Aquaman. He's the only one that pronounces it different. It's great.
Yeah, like, if this had continued, it would have been really cool if Alfred just sort of felt like a member of the team. Like, the man in the chair is a cliche at this point, but, like, he's a really good one.
He could have been like not exactly a Nick Fury type, but more of a Nick Fury type than Michael Keaton's Batman.
Sure.
I mean, Alfred could be like a Coulson that like comes up here and there.
Yeah.
What if this movie...
I will never forgive them for going, oh, what if our Nick Fury was Michael Keaton's Batman?
What if this movie, instead of Bruce Wayne going around the world recruiting the Justice League, was Alfred doing it? Like Bruce sends him out to do that?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That could have been cool.
Cyborg actually had a typo there when it said "meet here now." He meant "meet" with an A.
Dude, I was hoping you
He's
would
like,
have been looking at the screen when that came up.
I need the meaty women here now.
Because
If you are meaty.
I knew if you saw it, you were
here.
going to say that, goddammit. I just knew it. This is the nature of streaming, too. I always make a little bit more money if I either say something stupid or Austin mishears me.
Sometimes a bit of both.
Thanks for the super chat. Tyler says that actually would
Cyborg's
be
like,
a
you're
good
not
Batmobile.
meaty.
Yeah, does it come in black?
Well, and because
In
in this
black,
we
of
also get that
course.
really good scene with Superman. I don't think it's in the theatrical cut with Superman, and he goes like to visit Alfred at the cave.
Oh yes, yeah.
Breathing nerddom, anything that becomes a trope because at one point it was a great idea. I think that is half true.
It depends.
I think that's true. I'll say it this way. I think that's more true of cliches than it is tropes. Because, and those can be the same thing, but I think tropes sometimes is just lazy writing that's a real easy out. And so we keep using it, right? Whereas cliches are kind of like stereotypes. Like there's truth in them. And so they'll come up too much because there was truth in them. I'm quibbling over your semantics, but I'm agreeing with you halfway.
And to your point, Cap, with the person in the chair kind of being overdone, it is, but we haven't really done it great. Like Homecoming does it really well and then immediately messes it up. It was never good in the CW shows.
No, it's not been done real well on TV or movies, but like the best person in the chair of all time, of course, is Oracle, and that's handled decently well in the Birds of Prey TV show. It's not a great show, but they get that right.
Yeah, but the
They
problem
do
is
it in
like 3
DCEU
people have seen
Batman.
that show.
I'm sorry, what was that, Austin?
I said just do that in the DCU Batman. Make Batman your Jack Bauer and Oracle your Chloe.
And you're done. Yeah, and you're done.
Perfect.
And you're right. Chloe's one of the great Men in the Chair characters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not Chloe from Smallville, John. That's not who we're talking about. She is also a Man of the Chair eventually in that show. But we're talking about 24's Chloe, who is an infinitely better
I haven't
character.
seen that show, so.
I couldn't think of her last name, so that's why I just went with Chloe.
Yeah, I can't.
I didn't think
of
there
it.
would
Because
be
we're talking
confusion.
about DC, and then he just throws
I
out
know.
Chloe.
I said
know.
Jack Bauer though, so if you know 24, that is
I
a big
don't know
relationship in that
24.
show. John, leave the show, get out of here.
Yeah,
No,
go
I'm
watch
the only one here
24
enjoying
season
the
5
movie.
and then come back.
I gotta watch that.
So good, man.
Can I watch that like without any of the other seasons?
Yes.
Because like I've seen the first half of season 1, and then it just becomes another season randomly.
Yeah, I mean, you
But-
definitely would appreciate it a little bit more if you saw the rest of it, but
Okay.
it watches like a big movie on its own.
For which season, sorry?
Season 5. That
Oh, okay,
That's my
yeah.
favorite season of that show. That's the
But-
President Logan season.
Hmm. I wonder why.
It's not
Yeah,
just
I
because
agree with you. I would love.
But yeah, it's just a
if we
wonderful.
finally get like a fleshed out Bat family.
That's just a really great corrupt president plot. It's awesome.
Hmm.
You gotta change your name to President Logan for a minute, and then change it back.
And if I remember, the theatrical cut cuts this scene out too, which I think is a huge mistake.
Well, the Adam's not in the theatrical
He's
cut
not
at
in it at
all,
all.
so everything with him is cut.
Okay, because if I remember this movie correctly, this is where we finally get Cyborg's motivation for joining, which is the dad being kidnapped and.
I'm
Which we
liking
do
this
still
motif
have in the
score.
theatrical cut. We just have more around it.
I
And
don't know
he
if
gets
that's supposed to
kidnapped
be.
in a different place.
I don't know if that's supposed to be like a cyborg theme or what that motif in the score is supposed to be, but I've been picking up on it a little bit and I like it. Just that little melody that's like bum 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 bum, like that. It's a good motif.
Son, why have you broken all of my things?
Braden Atkinson, can we define man in the chair? Austin, define man in the chair. What do we mean?
Just anyone that's sitting.
And to your earlier point about Oracle, because she's great in the Arkham games as the person in the chair giving you information.
Austin, you asshole!
You asshole.
Hey, it's Commissioner Gordon.
No, man in the
Ah!
chair is somebody who's like running point for a hero and giving them information remotely. That's what we mean by that.
Commissioner Gordon jump scare.
Like like the Matrix has it. You've always got somebody like looking at the Matrix code and telling you to go left or right, like and like giving you like downloading specs to your brain and all of that. Like that's a man of the chair.
I don't even see the numbers.
Blonde, brunette, redhead.
See,
Gordon, he fought crime for 20 years and then started murdering everyone. You think kidnapping is the step he won't go to?
well, and it's weird because BVS acts like he's just been in the shadows and like is still an urban legend, but then here he's just Batman that's worked with Gordon and.
Yeah, the police were after him in the last movie.
Wow.
Well,
They're
we're
barely
gonna get
holding
that
on to
Justice League scene with Gordon, where they do the disappearing thing, which is awkward here because it plays, like a subversion of their relationship. But this is the first time we're seeing them together.
Hold up.
Where the
Who
League
was
all
screaming
disappear
at the end
with
of
him.
that scene?
I guess it was was it Stone that was supposed to be screaming?
Yeah, but he
Also,
wasn't.
why did they take Stone to the exact same warehouse that Martha went to at the end of BVS?
It was a standing set.
This also I thought was going to be a Whedon scene where the Flash is like geeking out over the bat signal. But it wasn't.
No, he's just obnoxious all the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does he still give the Batcave name in this cut? I don't remember.
Oh, does he say the Batman cave?
Yeah, because that's what happens in the theatrical cut. He's like, "Wow, what is this? Some sort of Batcave?" Mm.
He goes, it's the Batman cave. Or does he say that or is that in the Flash?
I
think that's in the Flash, because in Justice League, he's just like, "Wow, it's like some sort of Batcave." Mm.
Can you believe that their idea for that movie was, we've got the most annoying superhero of all time. Let's make him play it twice and have an even more annoying version and have them talk to each other the entire movie.
And somehow that's the best stuff in the
you
movie.
guys
No,
have
it's
so
not!
much fun with that
I think
movie.
that
What are you talking about?
I think him talking to himself is the best stuff in the movie. Because he's
And you guys are going to
not a
see
good actor.
President Logan disown his child on camera.
President Logan.
I do not speak for what this child said.
Belfonz is back. $1.99 super chat. This movie doesn't suck. 2 question marks.
Oh,
No,
Tobin
but
Belpont's coming in wrong this time.
no. He put in question marks. He's undecided.
Oh, I sorry, I missed
Says
that.
this movie
Okay.
doesn't suck. 2 question marks. It's
It
the
doesn't.
most indecisive
Don't
and
listen to
non-confident we've seen this man.
Okay,
He wasn't. He spoke with nuance last night. Now this time he speaks with confusion.
Okay, great. This movie broke Tobin. He'll never be the same. Tobin Belfonz with the nuance, says Adam March. It's all about the nuance. We love Tobin.
Mm-hmm.
He has become
good
our
fella.
favorite moment in the stream. We're waiting on it all stream. What's the verdict?
Yeah.
And he came in kind of late this time. I mean, not relative to this movie, but he came in.
No, I think he comes in at the exact percentage point that we're through a movie to say it. So it is late this time, but it's like the
Austin-
exact point.
Well, and this is difficult for me, Austin, because we're always waiting for him to tell us what we're supposed to think about the movie. And he's got question marks, so I'm
Yeah,
all
no, dude.
self-conscious now.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure I actually put that as my best thing when we did the Flash, but the thing is, can you name anything that is better, because it's just all bad?
Yes, I can. The
This is a cool
performance of
use
his
of her
mother was
powers.
really good.
Once there's blood coming out of his eyes, though,
Supergirl's not terrible.
Supergirl sucks. She's so bland.
I feel like he's dying there.
Yeah, she's trying to kill him.
Yeah, no, but John, what I'm saying, because you didn't get it, what I'm saying is that once blood starts pouring out of his eyes, I feel like that is damage that he can't just come back from. He can't just be like, nothing just happened to me.
Oh, other good things about the Flash. Amber Heard's not in it.
This movie's heightened enough. That's fine.
That's true.
Amber Heard's
This
not
movie
in
can't even have the Flash move a person.
it. Brady, $5
That's
super chat.
realistic.
Okay, but he's not a
Yeah.
normal person. Like, I don't.
I mean, once blood is like pouring out of his eyes, like I think his eyes at least would be gone. He should be blind at this point.
Before I read that super chat, you just made me think of this, you guys. Another thing that makes this feel really TV is just we've not yet integrated all of the worlds and tones, right? Like now we're in an Aquaman movie, and like a minute ago we were in a Cyborg movie, and like I know we kind of made that point already just in focusing on characters, but like even when we're jumping between them, it feels like we're in different people's movies.
That's weird.
Like what Konnor was saying during Suicide Squad.
Yeah. And in like the pilot of Titans, it just takes too long to finally put all the characters together.
Are you ready for more British Mirror Cap?
I gotta actually listen for her ridiculous accent this time.
She's like, "Oi, Aquaman."
I couldn't believe that they did that in this version.
You know what they should have done? They should have had someone else voice her. Oh, that's painful.
I think that's why they didn't have her do it in anything after this.
Please.
Oh, and she says her parents died, but Dolph Lundgren's her dad, so that's another thing we didn't continue from.
Yeah, interesting. So now she has no reason to be the sanctimonious.
No, I like a lot of the casting in these movies. She's one of the big ones where I'm like, I don't know why you picked her.
We also, I think, have a different setup for his mom here.
I think we can all agree that Johnny Depp was not lying on the stand when he said that's how she got this role.
Okay, great. It says acting.
Acting.
No, Austin, Aquaman in his movie, like the origin and everything, just feels like a completely different person.
Hmm.
I mean, the answer for how she got this role is just what she looks like in that costume. I mean, that's it. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's just a shame she's not a better actress.
yeah, no, I know. I'm not saying it's worth it.
That's also how Wonder Woman was cast. That's just how women are cast in these movies, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. No, I mean, yeah, you need attractive people for these iconic, like impossible comic characters. You know, of course. That's why you need like a Jerry Ryan or something. You need a like with 7 of 9 and Voyager. You had a really attractive woman that also could act. That's what you need for stuff like this. John Kelling, $5 super chat. My favorite scene in the SNUT is when everyone is discussing the mother box and slowly realizing they could potentially resurrect Superman. SNUT!
SNUT!
I'm gonna be curious to get back to that scene because is it in the theatrical cut? Doesn't the Flash make like a Pet Cemetery reference?
Yeah, he's like, I feel like I'm in Pet Cemetery.
I don't remember if that's in this one or not, and I'm gonna be interested to see if it is.
No, the Pet Cemetery line is not.
That's
in this
definitely
version.
a Whedon thing.
Okay.
He's like,
Yeah.
is Superman gonna come back in like a happy, we're glad to see him kind of way, or like a Pet Cemetery kind of way?
I cannot wait for the Flash commentary with Austin because he's just gonna do that voice the entire time.
We're gonna have to both do it.
I haven't done it with Wonder Woman, so.
Oh, we're gonna put a baby in a microwave.
I love that edit somebody made of him holding the baby, like laughing, and then he puts it in the microwave while the woman's screaming.
Adam March, whoa, Cap, yes, Jerry Ryan is beautiful and can act, but we know on Voyager Ethan Phillips was the one cast for his sex appeal. Shut up.
Exactly.
Yeah, everyone was there for Sexy Neelix. Sexy Neelix. So, are we going to have the same gag here, Austin, where they...
Yes, I'm
where-
pretty
where
sure
they
we
leave
do.
the
I like the
roof
shot of
and
Batman
it's just
a
flat.
lot.
That is the stupidest thing in this movie. Look at the gargoyle.
That's a cool skull.
That's cool.
That's okay. That's the coolest shot in the whole movie. And then they ruined it with Flash's
Even-
stupid suit.
They ruined it with Ezra Miller being in the scene.
Yeah.
Even this suit, which is closer to the BVS suit, I feel like the cowl is different, and it's kind of ruining it.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
the
it's the
eyebrows.
same suit.
No, it's trying
Is
to
it
be
slightly
more,
different?
Like, yeah, they're trying to give it more like facial features, like it's got more of a curved.
Is it
Mhm.
kind of like Spider-Man 1 to 2, where it's like it's the same kind of suit, but like there's a lot of just different details on it? Yeah.
'Cause I'm looking at it. If you look at the cowl, they've tried to like mold an expression onto it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. And it's like going back.
Yeah, it's overthought.
At least it doesn't have sunglasses yet.
And I don't think he's got the voice modulator either.
No, he does.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, does he? Okay.
The Snyder Cut is the one
Maybe
with
it's
the
more
random
a little more
Batman
subtle.
nightmare, right?
No, that's
I think
BVS.
it might be more awkward In this
Well,
cut, because Flash is saying something to
We jump into
Batman
the
like when it
future.
happened.
At the end, if that's what you're thinking about.
Okay.
We kind of go back to the Nightmare Batman stuff. But
Okay, because there's like a Joker thing, right?
yes.
Yeah, Cap,
Brady-
that joke's actually worse here because Flash is talking to Batman when it happens.
Oh, wow, that is dumb. Sorry, I'm distracted because I apparently missed a super chat, so I gotta go find it.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, Flash is like,
Sorry, Brady.
we're not all gonna fit in your car, and then it cuts to Gordon, then cuts back, and Flash is all alone, and he's like, but he was just talking to him.
There are also scenes that, again, still elongated, but that are at least partly in the theatrical cut, but have very different music behind them. It goes without saying.
Yeah.
Brady, $5 super chat. Barry says it's a Batcave in the theatrical cut only, which is a continuity error because that scene takes place at Wayne Aerospace, not the Batcave.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Thanks for that. Okay, per Austin's suggestion, I'm gonna take a break here. I'm trying to decide if we should take a full-on break, or if I'm just gonna leave the movie going.
We are about halfway through. Because we are now to the League is here. They're going to fight Steppenwolf.
No, that's true.
Is there gonna be another part break?
We just had one.
Oh,
not too
I
long
think,
ago.
yeah, we just got
like
one.
10 minutes ago.
Because I thought, are we in part 3 still? Or are we
No,
in part 4?
yeah, we're in part 3.
We're in part 4.
Oh, are we in part 4?
I think we're in part 4.
'Cause
But
part
if you
three
want to
is-
take a break, this is like the perfect time to do it.
Okay,
Because we're...
Yeah, let's go ahead and pause then. Everybody pause right now. So we should be at 1:55:17.
Does your version say how much time you have left? My version only has that.
Oh, you're good. 2:06:48.
Okay, perfect.
Everybody should be with 2:06:48 left.
But also, I think the thing then it.
What you said 1:55:17, right?
1:55:17, yeah.
Okay,
I was
perfect. I'm in the
30
same
seconds
spot.
behind just because my voodoo messed up.
Okay, guys, let's take about 5 minutes.
And I probably will just leave.
You gonna jet
at
out?
this point? Yeah,
Yeah, it's getting pretty late.
yeah. If that's all right.
You're dipping out
With
for all
all
the
the SNUT
cool
fans.
action.
Look, we appreciate your contributions, though. Like, the what?
The what?
A PBS, BVS.
BVS kids.
Dude, I had no idea what that was
BVS kids,
talking
there you go. I
about.
couldn't remember the exact thing.
All right, everybody, we'll be right back. Okay, we are back from our brief intermission, and we're gonna watch the rest of the SNUT now. I hope everybody's ready.
We're ready for some hardcore snutting.
So
Austin's gonna fall asleep on stream.
Yay! Don't give me permission, John. I'll take you up on that.
I don't have power to give you permission. It's not my channel.
I mean, I've learned a long time ago. I can't stop Austin from doing whatever it is he's gonna do.
mean,
Actually, nobody puts baby in a corner.
155. Nobody puts man thing in a corner. 155.17 is the timestamp we're at. That leaves you with somewhere around 206.48 left. I think that's off by like a second or two, because obviously I have to click the clock and the thing. So it actually does the math and be like, Cap, you're off. I'm aware of that, but it's really close. Okay, just deal with it. I love arguing with people that aren't actually complaining. All right, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. And we're back. Go.
We've got a whole movie left, too.
Immediately, I just heard Mother Box.
Mother Box for Dark Side. He's using his Star Trek.
The Dark Side.
Well, and it's interesting with the way that they decided to do this, too, because, like, if this had been the theatrical cut, what's here, this could have also just been the end of part one, which is them losing because they're not a full league yet. And then the entire second half of this could have just been, like, part two.
Can you imagine how disappointing that would have been in the theater if this is what we'd gotten and that was your part one? And to be like, they haven't even, like, put the lead together yet. We haven't had a major battle, really, except the Amazons earlier. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like, yeah, you've got this, but I don't know if that would be very satisfying.
I mean, with what stories here, like, I feel like it's crazy for this to take longer than 2 hours. Splitting this into two movies, I think, is even crazier.
fair enough.
And if that's the case, this really can't be Steppenwolf. It has to just be Dark Side.
Yeah. That's my whole thing. If because originally the announcement was Justice League was supposed to be in two parts.
Mm.
And if Steppenwolf was your first part, then you would have to have Darkseid in the second. You couldn't then save him for a third and or fourth movie. That would have been nuts. Amazon. Batman.
That's some good banter.
That's right up there with, I've come to destroy you.
Well, because this is what I was saying in the theatrical cut, Cap, where at the end of this movie, he's going to be like, I killed a bunch of your sisters, Themyscira. But in the theatrical cut, it's here. And we replaced that in this version with just, you are mine. I am no one's. This really should be the part where he's like, I killed a bunch of your sisters.
Oh yeah, now I can hear the voice modulator. I gotta stop commenting on things where I'm not sure just because we're talking over a thing. So it's not as prominent in my headphones.
I also don't like how Cyborg has like a third arm that grows out of his back. It's weird.
To your point, Austin, with him overthinking the Flash, so he can't touch people like to save them, but the lightning that he's shooting off doesn't hurt them when he's running.
They go way too hardcore with the lightning thing, and it shouldn't be blue; it should be yellow, which his movie at least fixes.
Yeah. No, because I'm just, like, I didn't remember that. It was just funny. Like half that stairwell was CGI electricity.
he just obliterates everybody like Dr. Manhattan there.
It sounds
if
like
they were consistent with the rules set up in that first scene, he would have obliterated all of them. It's like, oh, you can't be near anyone.
it sounds like everybody has made fan edits of this movie. John Kelling says, I have a 3-hour cut with credits of the SNUT, and it works pretty well.
Adam March says that Austin's Gal Gadot sounds more like Walken.
This one's mine. No. Why not? I don't want to.
This soundtrack is really bipolar. We keep going, this character is going to have electric guitars, and this character is going to have orchestra.
To be fair, it is a Junkie XL soundtrack. Junkie XL might be bipolar.
I do like how they find a way for most of the league to have something to do here. Like Wonder Woman is taking Steppenwolf, Batman and Batman's focused on just like the parademons. Flash is
doing a light show.
Whatever
Good
that
Lord.
was. Well, because I was gonna say him and Cyborg are like getting the people out of there, and that's what they were doing. But then he stopped to do whatever that was.
Do you know what happens to bystanders when they get hit by secondhand
Whatever
lightning?
that was.
By whatever that was. The same thing that happens to whatever you are.
What do you think of the Bat ATST walker?
It was a choice.
It is one of the choices of all time.
Yeah. Well, and then at the end of this movie, he's going to have just full on the Dark Knight Returns Batmobile. I don't know if you remember that, Cap.
I don't.
But it's like the size of a city. It's huge.
So it's like the absolute Batmobile.
It's like the absolute Batmobile, exactly. But it is straight up like that one with like the head that like curves down when he's fighting the mutant leader.
My kids were watching an episode of Bluey the other day where the girls in that show were playing make-believe, and they were imagining like a giant car they had that's like a city that has like 36 burger stands in it. And I was like, oh, look, it's the absolute Batmobile.
I do like that idea. Like, if he's not paying attention, he could easily trip on something. And...
I forgot that he still trips in this version.
Yeah.
At least they don't do the boob shot this time.
I also love that entire like chamber was just full of blue electricity.
You know, someone was massively
While Cap was
disappointed
talking
they
about
dropped it.
Bluey, I felt like that was, a good place to talk about that. We were seeing so much blue.
Yeah, and you're right. I don't like the blue.
Did you like how I
electricity much.
lined that up,
Yellow.
Austin?
I do.
That was
I do.
entirely intentional.
Austin, do you think it's because Steppenwolf's weapon has like yellow electricity and they didn't want it to all look the same?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe, but also, why does his axe have yellow electricity?
I don't know. I feel like you would just swap that if you want to do that, right?
Just don't have his weapon do that.
Right, but I'm saying like if you have to, then give him the blue so the Flash can
Yeah.
have the yellow.
No, for sure. But it's just weird because they just have lightning just shoot out of him randomly, but it should be like the lightning on his costume like accentuates it, and you're seeing a move like that.
You
I
know what
wonder
this
if they're
movie really needed?
overthinking the blue lightning, where to them there's a real specific reason for that color that doesn't translate to screen at all. Because
Just
like,
electricity's blue.
is it because it's hotter or something?
I don't know.
Well, Austin, you know what this really needed? It needed for him to make a lightsaber out of that electricity, and lightsaber duel Steppenwolf.
That is true.
Ryder
Dead
says
Shot's
they didn't
back.
want people to think it was Grant Gustin. I think if at this point in the movie you still think that's Grant Gustin, there's something wrong.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. I think Ryder was being facetious when he said that, but he was like,
I mean,
"Oh,
probably
people would be confused if it was the yellow lightning, because that's what they did on the TV show."
At the same time, Would I be shocked if a WB exec was that stupid?
No, yeah, I mean,
John Kellen, Cap, are you going to react to Ironheart live? And if so, will you find a way to get your hands on White Castle for the viewing? I have no intention on doing that at this time. No.
Not even for
I
the
need
White
you-
Castle scenes?
I need you to do that commentary so that Austin has to watch it.
Oh, I'm not going to be there. You two will be there. You two can watch
I'm
it.
I'm not doing it.
John, stop being racist tonight. Just watch Ironheart.
Why don't you watch Ironheart?
I'm busy. I'm also
Because-
getting over a cold.
Because Austin is admitting to his racism. He doesn't even care that everyone knows.
The way you said that, I just imagined like the part in '89 where it's like, I've taken off my racism.
Let's
But John-
see if you can
Let's
take
see if
off
John
yours.
can do that.
That's awesome. No, to our
Aquaman,
point
shut up,
earlier, we
boy.
named 3 other black DC characters that would make more sense to be iconic founding Justice League members. It has nothing to do with race. I also don't think that that should, impact the characters you pick necessarily, but that's just me. But if you have to have that, there are better choices. And yet,
that's
Cyborg
actually-
is still a character that I find pretty likable in this movie.
Jareth makes a good point. I'm just being racist. John is being racist and sexist, which means he's worse.
Oh, okay, there you go.
John is also classist.
What?
I think it's very important to compare my friends and rank them by bigotry.
You have the back of action figures where it'll give you like the stats. Like I remember some Transformers have had that. That's what you have for just all of us.
So my eyes are starting to glaze over a little bit. It's getting late. We've been watching this so long. Every time somebody writes Ironheart, I think for a second it says incoherent. Cap, are you gonna react
Bye,
to
Cyborg. Thanks for
incoherent?
saving us.
I'm like, I'm gonna be incoherent. That's for sure.
Hmm.
That was a pretty cool shot.
I think we're about to get Darkseid.
It's Dark Side of the Planet of the Apes.
It's Dark of the Moon.
Dark of the Moon. That's my favorite album.
Adam Cap, are you planning to watch Incoherent tomorrow?
Yes, I am. That's my favorite. Incoherent
I
is
didn't
my
realize that
favorite
came out
Mark
tomorrow.
Millar comic.
There's like no one hyped for that. No one's talking about it.
Even Disney doesn't care. They
Yeah.
just haven't need to get it out.
Well, they're dropping it in 2 weeks. They're doing 4 in 1 week and 4 in the next.
I think it's 3 and 3. I think it's only 6 episodes.
Whatever the number is, it's half and half.
But yeah, it is like half and half. Yeah, exactly.
I thought it was 8, but who cares?
I could be wrong. I thought it was 3 and 3.
I mean, I'll look it up, but I don't care. I just have time. Is the thing.
We're just watching a 4-hour movie.
I mean, this is probably as long as Ironheart.
I was about to say, if it's only 6, this would be about as long as Iron. Because you'll have like all the credits and whatnot.
That show looks like the most dull as bricks thing. Okay, you're right. It's 6. I mean, do you want a cookie? Like, who cares?
I do want a cookie. Give me now.
Me too. I just ate some fruit, and I still am super freaking hungry right now.
Steppenwolf just learned the thing that they should have already known, which is that the anti-life equation is on Earth.
Oh, right. Now, remind me, because I don't think the anti-life equation even comes up in the Whedon cut, does it?
No, but they cut like all of that those ties. Like even when they're talking about the mother boxes, he's basically just like the mother.
And then he just says for Darkseid like that one time.
But yeah, it's not even dark side; it's the dark side, basically.
J Forever King, Snappy Cap is the best cap. Adam March Cap is getting sassy. This is what happens when I get tired on stream watching something long and boring. And when
well, Cap is quite the sass queen. It doesn't come up much.
And when frickin' Marvel is putting out crap I don't want to watch all at the same time, it's a recipe for Gur and Arg. To quote Joss Whedon.
Why didn't you write that down?
Okay, so
just get out your phone and take a picture of it.
To be fair, if it's like carved into the planet, it could have been buried because he has to reveal it.
They were on this planet. Like, they had to leave. How do they not have markings like of a map of this is where we left our thing?
Right, but say they came back and it's already buried because he had to like uncover it and that whatever was happening there. They may have not been able to find it even if they found the planet.
No, so it's just like it's on this planet. I don't think you have to be in the exact same spot, John. I think it's just on the world. The mother boxes are just like, hey, it is this planet, which is what he just said, which is, oh, by the way, the Earth, the planet we've been looking for this whole time is Earth.
Right, but he didn't know it until he like slammed his axe into the ground and he had to reveal it.
Yes, the mother boxes were telling him it is planet. I don't think it matters where you are. Like, I think it just planet.
Well,
it's dumb that they never wrote down. They don't even know what this planet is.
Well, but then if it's the mother boxes, it wouldn't matter because they didn't have the mother boxes. They wouldn't have been able to find it either way.
But that's part of it. How did they lose this planet? They were here. They physically left this planet. Are they that stupid that they can develop space traveling technology but not a frickin' GPS to be like, oh, by the way, remember when you lost your phone? Yeah, it was right there.
Austin, he's got his helmet off and he looks really goofy.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So
no, Darkseid's a complete moron.
So do you guys think that the strategy on Snyder's part might have been play up, this is a weird risk, play up Steppenwolf as the villain and try to bury Darkseid until the movie comes out and like make people think he's not even in it, so that we'll all lose our collective minds when he actually turns out to kind of be the main villain, even though I mean he's really just there to tell Steppenwolf what to do. But
no, because I feel like coming up to the release of the movie when Snyder was still involved, like they hyped up like, oh no, Darkseid's in it.
Did they?
They talked about like getting a Game of Thrones actor to play him.
Yeah, I think we did know stuff like that. I don't think we'd seen him yet, but
they
I do think we know that was the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess like with him being in it, he could have shown up in the third act to f them.
Because I honestly thought he might have been an afterthought, and Snyder finally like snuck him in because people thought it was lame that the villain was just Steppenwolf. But from what you were talking about earlier, Austin, it's pretty clear that's not the case.
Mm-hmm. No, he was supposed to be here from the get-go.
Oh, and now we're back to this scene.
Yeah,
it is really weird watching this right after the Whedon version, because I feel like I'm in a different movie for like 20 minutes, and then we get back to a scene that's more or less the way it was in the other movie, and I'm snapped back to that.
Mm-hmm.
And I know these are all elongated, and there's more dialogue, and Whedon had reshoots, but that I've seen a lot more than I have this, so it's weird to get snapped back to that. Adam Arch, $5 super chat. Psst, Austin and John, I'm concerned Cat has lost his mind.
We know. Why am I losing my mind?
Look, I've been watching DCEU for the last week and a half.
It's true. I got a headache.
We're lucky I can still make complete sentences most of the time.
Hey, wait a minute. We talked last night. World War II canonically did not happen in this world.
Wait, what?
Well, you see, they took out one of the main guys who starts the Nazi party.
One of the main three Nazis, yeah.
Oh.
in the Wonder Woman movie. So I guess they didn't need him that bad, Austin. I guess they were able to move forward without
Life
that guy.
finds a way, is what you're saying.
Nazis find a way, right? And that's chaos theory.
I wouldn't have loved this idea, but if this was a more like planned and coherent universe, you could have done something with the Aquaman and Wonder Woman movies and like set up the mother boxes a little bit more.
I agree. Adam March, if you're sick of watching DCEU, just watch Incoherent. I believe I will. Wait, no, I won't, because I know what you really mean.
Nope, he already said it. You've heard it here.
No,
folks.
I didn't. Yeah, well, then I'm recruit my good friend John, who likes to do blind watch parties with me.
You're breaking up.
Blind watch parties of really awful shows. That is John's niche. I think you guys got this.
What?
Good luck.
Sorry, you guys are breaking up. I don't.
I do think this is a prequel sequence, though.
Well, that was cutting back to the flash you see of him in BVS, where he's like T-posing.
Oh, that's right.
Which is a cool like idea. It doesn't look great in BVS, but
yeah, it looks really wonky.
It also reminds me of the one good scene in the RoboCop remake where they like take away the armor and he's just like a pair of lungs.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So this may not sound fair to everybody, but I'm not sure that there really was a solo Cyborg movie to be made because I feel like it's just in here.
Mm-hmm.
Because you remember that slate? Like, he's the one character that had a movie announced that didn't get one. And I'm like...
Yeah, well, it would just be his sequel.
Yeah.
This is his origin, that's his sequel.
Where we could bring in...
That's the plot where he loses his cyborg abilities, and then shenanigans happen.
Because I have that with the movies, but not also the comics. Like, every time they announce a solo, like, cyborg book... Like, but what do you do with it? Like,
he doesn't have a rogues gallery.
Being in a team.
Like, my worry would have been the Cyborg movie would make his arch nemesis Hank Henshaw, where you'd have Cyborg versus Cyborg.
Well, no, see, Cap, the villain of the Cyborg movie would have also been a football player that was on the same team as him that was in a car accident, and then he also got Cyborg parts, and now he's Cyborg 2. And he's out to fight the good Cyborg.
Oh, Wrath of Stone.
Oh, like that movie, Inspector Gadget 2.
Is this the Martha Manhunter scene?
I think it might be.
It is.
Yes, because
It is the Martha Manhunter scene.
Because the theatrical cut, I think, I don't think it's in this version too, replaces this with that really awkward conversation they have at the Daily Planet.
It's the worst.
The you ever feel not so fresh scene,
which we called a sitcom scene.
No, because this is a really great like conversation between them, and then at the end they're like, "Oh, and it was Martian Manhunter the whole time."
Yeah, which means the scene no longer makes sense.
I just want to imagine that Superman's adoptive mother was always Martian Manhunter.
Do you guys remember when Diane Lane came out and was like, Avengers is way better than Justice League?
No.
No, I don't.
It was like right after the theatrical cut came out, or it was either leading up to it or right after it came out. She was like, Avengers is a way better movie.
It felt like all those actors had turned against it because they were angry with Whedon.
Mm.
Because I think legitimately everybody or most everybody that was involved in this liked what they were working on while they were making it. Yeah. I don't think that they had the giant reservations that we might have thought seeing like the finished product with BVS and stuff. So just the sense I get. And it also might just be that Snyder is a really nice, easy to work with director, which is just the sense I get from people. You know, the big irony
that's
is...
the sense I got. I've never heard anybody say they dislike working with him.
Yeah, like...
No, he seems like just a genuinely nice guy.
The big irony for me with Snyder is he seems like a plausibly... You never know, of course, but like a plausibly really lovely person who has no sense whatsoever of how to tell a story. And then you get somebody like Joss Whedon, who I think is a much better storyteller, who turns out to not be the best person. Ain't that always the way?
Austin, my favorite one of those though, like with actors or directors saying something like that. I don't know if you guys brought this up, but do you remember when David Ayer got in trouble for saying F Marvel?
We did. Yeah, we did bring that up. I think Momoa had a moment like that too at a premiere. I think. Well, but I could be wrong.
No, he said it at a convention.
Oh, okay.
The thing with Momoa, somebody tell me if I'm wrong about this. I'm going on years and years old memory now, but I think he wrote it with his signature on a something somebody asked.
Oh, yeah, he like signed it and wrote that. That's right.
And he wrote F Marvel, and that went viral, and people were mad. And some people were.
To be fair, though,
funny.
That is the most Lobo thing you could do.
Yeah, and that's also just very in character for that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which I am excited for his Lobo, but I am sad that he didn't get a great Aquaman movie, because I think this, if anything, this cut proved he could have been a great Aquaman.
I'm seeing the sparks of what that could have been from this. Yeah.
Perfection Lobo, though. Even here, he is a way better choice for Lobo.
No,
there she is. Martha Manhunter.
This is such a strange choice.
And it's such a weird, like, the CGI isn't great for this Martian Manhunter, and
no,
why is he so overly complicated design-wise?
Yeah, and it is exactly on par with the TV
He's
shows.
got, like, gills on his cheeks.
Like, it doesn't look any better or worse than Martian Manhunter looks like in Supergirl. In fact, arguably, that's sometimes even better than this.
But Martha was like, oh, I'm sad. Like, I just lost the farm. Like, everywhere I go, I see my son's symbol. Walks up, it's not even her.
Yeah, I guess he's just really good at getting into Martha Kent's head and knowing what she would probably say in a situation. And, like, why is he wasting his time having that conversation? Like, it's obvious that was such an afterthought. There's no rhyme or reason to it whatsoever. It's just Snyder wants us to have a moment where the fans will freak out because they put Martian Manhunter in their Justice League movie.
Well, and what's a shame too is you could have had that scene actually be cool, because like it's still Martian Manhunter, the man who also lost all of his, like his own whole race.
Yeah,
he's also went through that loss of like his wife and children, so he could have had that conversation with her from that place, but he's very specifically talking about Clark.
Well, and if it's not, if they could have done it in such a way where it was an afterthought, where clearly the scene, I mean, we're making this assumption, I think it's a pretty fair assumption, the scene was shot before anybody decided that's who that was, you'd want to put in a couple of clues for us, you know, have something about fire, you know, and then you get to the end of it and it's like, oh, it's Martian Manhunter.
Lois offers him a drink, and he's like, no, but if you have any Oreos, I'll take those.
I was about to say, or Oreos.
Part 5.
Yeah.
All the king's horses.
Well, and it's especially retroactive that he was that military general guy for Man of Steel.
Didn't believe in aliens. And...
Yeah. Didn't help.
Which is a shame, because that is actually really good casting for Martian Manhunter. I like that idea a lot.
Yeah, he's fine.
I was just looking at this. I was actually watching the movie for a second, and
how dare you?
They this idea comes up that they're very like slowly and deliberately, methodically digging up Superman's body, and Flash is like, we could do this in like a nanosecond, and then Cyborg's like, yeah, I know, and they just move on, and I'm like, there's no more discussion about it. So I'm like, so what is the reason that you're doing it so slow? Like, are we not worried somebody's gonna catch us? Is the first thing, and secondly, is the idea that it's disrespectful somehow to do this quickly? I don't. Cyborg just goes,
they were on set.
We could. And then that's the end of that. I don't know.
That's like they were on set and somebody there was like, CinemaSins will ding us for this. And then they're like, you're right. We should add a line.
We better, yeah.
But I do like that conversation that
I will
Diana and
admit to
Arthur were
have
having about.
possibly doing something like that in my movie, by the way. Sorry, go ahead, John.
I do like that conversation that Arthur and Diana were having about how like he kind of hates Atlanteans as much as the Amazons do. Just a little world building.
That he hates what, sorry?
Atlanteans.
As much as the
As much
Themyscira?
as as much as like the Amazons do.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I assume
yeah.
that's a reference to the Flashpoint, because the big war in
yes.
the background of that is.
Yeah, maybe so.
That's a big thing in Injustice, I think. Oh, no.
No.
No, it's just... There's like a whole thing with the Atlanteans invading at the end, but I don't think it's with the Amazons, you're right. No, that is just Flashpoint.
I will say I like some of that world building, okay.
Because I assume if they, like, when this is being made, they know if they ever do Flashpoint, it would probably be a closer Flashpoint than what we got. And then the rest of the DC universe happened.
Captain Coon, $5 super chat. Yes, they mastered space travel, but couldn't comprehend a map. Also, Steppenwolf's antlers not being a part of the helmet is just so dumb.
It is really weird. It is a really weird design choice.
He should never take the helmet off.
Well, especially because they're not even antlers. His head just is shaped like that.
Yeah. Well, because I think even if you take the helmet off, and even if it was just like that's part of the helmet, he would look just as goofy without them as he does with them. So just never take the helmet off.
Writer says he said it feels disrespectful. I missed that line if that was there. I was looking for it, and it looked like they just kind of moved on.
Like, why is that more disrespectful?
Even if so, why is it more disrespectful to do it quickly? Like you're already exhuming a grave. It's you're at the bottom of the bottom there already.
This Barry Allen huffs glue.
I love that he just wears like a simple like
That's his
hoodie
secret.
over glowing metal.
I don't think.
Oh, that reminds me. The other day I saw a concept art for the 2014 Ninja Turtles movie where they were going to do the jacket, the trench coat and hat thing.
They
and it
were?
is one of the funniest. Yes, I'll send you the picture, Cap. It is one
they're
of the funniest
9
things I've ever
tall!
seen because they're still giant.
Where did they get a trench coat and hat that big?
Well, and that movie's trying to lean
The big
into
and tall store.
like the 87 absurdity of it. So like I could totally see them attempting that, and then they walk into
Oh no,
like
it's beautiful. It should have been in that movie.
they walk into like a bar or something, and people just buy it.
Leo says we can all agree the TV show Flashpoint was the best version, right? By default, I think it's the animated movie.
I guess by default it is the animated movie, but they all just kind of suck.
He's just making a joke because there was a TV show called Flashpoint that has nothing to do with Flashpoint.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't know that was.
That's why I didn't read that comment because.
Sorry, I thought he was talking about the Flash show.
No, he's
Johnny,
talking
get
about
out
that
of
TV
here.
show. Yeah, he's
Okay,
just making a
bye.
joke. I assume. But yeah, I don't think after Avengers you can have Cyborg have the line "I'm always dressed." Did you guys notice that? It's like that's my secret. I'm always dressed.
I'm always clothed. Whoosh. And that's the last time we ever see him get dressed. Just like that was the last time we ever see the Hulk
I don't know if you guys agree with this.
transform.
More than any other Batman, I feel like, and maybe it's just this specific costume, I feel like Ben Affleck looks really uncomfortable moving in his Batsuit. Like, just moving forward normally. Like, not even doing any big action, not running in it, just walking. I'm like, you look horribly uncomfortable.
A lot with the theatrical cut. I think it's in this one too. The armored like.
Yeah, well, I mentioned that with this suit specifically in the theatrical cut, it's just more obvious because you're seeing him in daytime.
Yeah.
But it is just a lot of like he stands like this, and then when he moves, it's like
it's horribly
it's really
uncomfortable
awkward
looking. Like it looks like he's wearing a Halloween costume.
But what I do like about this whole resurrection process is it feels like Batman's obsession to try to make up for what he did in the last movie. Even though it may end up being a bad idea, he feels like it's the only thing he can do. And that feels very Batman, like he has decided this is the right thing to do, and he's going to do it no matter what.
Yeah, I kind of agree though with what Cap said during the theatrical cut, which is, it does feel like he just isn't growing to a degree. He at least does not have the same 1% chance line in this,
Yeah.
but it is still just the same line of thinking. But yeah, that's definitely what they're doing.
It does feel like a somewhat more natural progression in this compared to that movie.
Yes,
But I
agree
would
with that.
feel differently about it if I'd never seen that. I'm sure.
Whedon does that a couple of times where he'll just like bring back dialogue from BVS. Because it's been a minute since I've seen the theatrical cut. Doesn't that also do the do you bleed thing
It
again?
does.
Yeah.
Is that in this version? I don't think.
No,
I
that
doubt-
is only
I doubt
in
seriously
the.
it is.
No, because it's Superman like mocking him.
It's in the theatrical cut because he's got the mouth too.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think we do the thing where he picks Batman up by the mouth in this version.
I don't think so either.
I think we still have him like punch Batman into a car, but I don't think we have the part where he picks Batman up.
Yeah.
When we still come back and harken back to the Man of Steel
And there's the Supergirl pod.
scoring the scene a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Because whenever we go to the fortress, we have to have that soundtrack. Tyler, Affleck looks more uncomfortable in the suit than any of the 90s actors. Yeah, and I don't think I really appreciated that until just now. It really hit me just how much he looks like he's desperate to get out of that thing.
Yeah, I don't know what they did.
Oh, they're posing
They
for
did
that
the
picture
changes,
again.
but-
We just looked at this, Austin.
Like I said, look at Batman. It's just that like
Yeah.
he's so stiff.
I'm
like
sorry,
he
John, what were you
is in an
saying?
action figure pose. He looks like he can only move his arms like this.
Which is funny because I don't know if you had this, but during the big fight scene back, I don't know, like an hour ago at this point, he was still moving pretty well. Like the fight scene was well choreographed. So I don't know if it's like they have two different suits or.
And they
I know
probably
a lot of
do.
them-
They're probably also like digitally like enhancing stuff too. So he could maybe just have a not as complex suit during action.
He's just in a
and then
mocap
whatever
suit.
that thing is in the Flash.
It's entirely mocap in the action.
Yeah, the Flash suit where he's got the the like drink holder things, the plastic rings on his chest.
And
I
now,
appreciate that they brought back Amy Adams in this movie just to be sad, like in every scene.
that's all she does. Well, Superman's dead.
Oh wait a minute, there's a. Oh, that's a pregnancy test. I wonder if they were setting up that stuff that Snyder was talking about.
Well, they couldn't have been because it's not with Batman, but like maybe that's just a holdover from it.
Yeah.
Secretly, she's been sleeping with Batman this whole time, and retroactively, they will tell us that later.
I always forget that it was with Batman.
Superman's like, "You're pregnant," and then Batman goes, "But it's mine, bro." He like appears out of the shadows.
We've never even seen them in a scene together.
Yeah, I always forget that he said it was supposed to be Batman's kid. That's weird.
Yeah, because Superman then was supposed to raise Batman's son after Batman dies at the end of Justice League 3.
I guess they have that one scene at the end of Man of Steel, or at the end of BBS. Sorry, so like she gets the hots for Batman when she goes, "It's his mother's name. I really like Batman now."
That military woman comes in, and Lois is like, "Batman's hot," and that military woman's like, "So is Superman. He's hot." Now he's dead.
Okay, Austin, I'm getting really antsy.
Yeah. Is it because this is a 2-hour movie done in 4?
It might have something.
A
to do with
2-hour
it.
setup movie done in 4?
All I'm saying is my toes hurt, and I don't understand the physics of how
I
my
don't know the
toes
physics of that.
hurt. My toes hurt!
Remember in BVS when Batman hit Superman with a sink? I wish we were watching that.
You know, Cyborg also delivers exposition decently well.
I mean, thank God it's not Gal Gadot anymore. She's been relegated to look.
Like, I feel like part of the reason he gets this role is because he's pretty good at making technobabble sound convincing.
Oh, sure.
And I remember when I went to see this in theaters with this scene in the theatrical cut. I was like, "What is wrong with like? Why does it look like that?" Because I don't think they try to flip it and make it broad daylight, but it's clearly shot like in much lower light.
Yeah, but this is also like on a set, so like I don't know that it was super noticeable for me.
That's fair.
But
Brady
also that cop that
499.
Lois talks to is the Donner, Jimmy Olsen.
Oh, yes. I wasn't looking at it, but I forgot that was where his cameo was. Brady 499 super chat. When Whedon cut out the energy absorbed gauntlet scene, he had to rework the scene of Superman confronting Batman by grabbing him by the throat.
Oh, okay.
So that's why he does that, because they don't have the gauntlet thing anymore. That was what
yeah,
Alfred was building earlier in the movie, and I guess that was supposed to pay off here. I forgot about that.
When he was using it during that fight scene too, where he was doing like the Wonder Woman thing.
Oh,
the
he
block
was
shots.
okay.
Yeah, because Alfred was like, "It works," and Bruce Wayne's like, "Stop celebrating! I'm fighting."
I missed that. Leave me alone, man in the chair.
Stand up, Alfred! You lazy old.
I do like how they end up bringing Superman back, like that it's something that requires multiple people in the league.
Oh, I thought for a second, John, you said, I'm pretty sure if memory serves, they bring Superman back. Like, yes, John. Yes, they do that.
Superman is in this movie, right?
Oh, there's Darkseid just thinking. He's thinking.
Wonder Woman's dead now.
Yeah.
It might be later, but I think this is where they reused the end shot from Man of Steel after he kills Zod.
And
for a second there, when they cut to Wonder Woman, I thought she had like no arms and legs. I was like, what am I looking at?
That's how she died. They cut off all of her arms.
Tyler, what the hell is happening now?
He used the Omega. He used the Omega. Was it Omega beams?
Omega beams, yeah.
Omega beams, and he looks like an action figure.
Yes, he does.
He's a hot toy.
So, this maybe goes without saying.
Yes, this is the shot from Man of Steel after he killed Zod, and they just repurpose it here.
Oh wow! I didn't realize that's what they did here.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, they digitally recolored.
Yeah. No, this maybe goes without saying, but it feels like they're really chasing Thanos with some of these Darkseid shots.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's just an unfortunate part of trying to make this a cinematic universe. Even though they're not the same character, that's the closest like.
Yeah, I mean they are clear analogs, but then you want to handle it in such a way where, as much as possible, you're not thinking about that. Like,
it's Austin's favorite part of this universe: the Flash running.
It's complicated because Darkseid is a big enough deal that I get why you would also want to kind of have him looming in the background and use him somewhat sparingly, but
I don't know why you wouldn't build up to him. Like, why do we have to start with the New God stuff?
Especially without any of the other New Gods. Like I said, like we don't have Genesis or Orion.
Again, I know I explained this earlier, but it's just because they're doing so much Jeff Johns stuff. I mean, that's really it.
That's exactly.
No,
it,
yeah. I know. I wish that we didn't have to do that stuff. I guess is all I mean. It doesn't have to be so New 52. And we're gonna set up this time travel bit later.
Yeah. Also, Cyborg just saw that vision, went, no, and Flash went, what? Go? Okay.
Ugh.
I wish this Flash died
See, it's supposed to be
horrifically.
funny because he's incompetent and doesn't know what he's doing, and it's endearing because he's trying really hard.
And like I can see the take working. It's just Ezra Miller is Ezra Miller.
Yeah, which the thing I mentioned, I think, in the theatrical cut, John, that it's with that specifically, you have like really awful Whedon writing, and then Ezra Miller on top of it. It's just all compounds.
And it's not
He
much better here. Like, his introduction is okay. I get why people really like that, but from then on, we still
I
have
like him
writing
better
that's
in the
close enough to
final
that
battle.
Whedon stuff. Which
Yeah,
has
I
me
don't know.
convinced that a lot of what he's saying is not actually written down anywhere.
I just wish the Flash was lit on fire and experienced it in slow motion as it slowly encompassed his body. And we watched that for like 20 minutes.
Well, and then the big problem is he's, most of these characters are pretty like dead serious or at least deadpan, and then he comes in and he's your comic relief, but he's like Jar Jar Binks level comic relief. Like, he's not actually funny.
Oh, true, John Kelly. To add insult to injury, the Flash is the only league in the SNUT that doesn't die. You're right,
Oh,
that does
that's
suck.
right. Does he mean just eventually, like the way everybody was supposed to die?
No, everyone
No,
dies
because-
at the end of this movie, and the Flash travels back in time and saves them.
I forgot about that, and he like
That's
does
the big
spin
thing
the world
that
backward
is
thing.
not in the
I forgot all about that.
theatrical cut.
Yeah, because fans of Snyder like to point out it's Oscar winning because they did that like Twitter voting hype moment thing where it was between the No Way Home shot and this sequence because it was just like a bunch of fanboys voting for both even though they're both awful.
Oh no.
It was really funny.
And him, the time
Those
travel
are people
sequence is
that need to
probably-
go outside and touch grass. I'm sorry, what was...
And like I do like the time travel section. It's probably the best thing this Flash does in the entire cinematic universe. It's not that big of a deal. Like, it's not an Oscar moment.
I disagree. I think the best thing the Flash does in this movie is when he got shot earlier.
I thought you were gonna say when he broke his ankle.
He didn't break his ankle.
Tyler, does this
Oh, it looked
movie
like he
still
did
have
when he
Kal-El?
tripped.
No.
I guess that's true. He does trip. Okay, the tripping part was also pretty good.
Austin, does this still have Kal-El? No.
It does still have the Kal-El, no, but it's a different take.
Tyler
And I'm convinced that Snyder went, oh, everybody made fun of that. I have to use a different take. But it's still just as...
because he's not
bizarre.
using a lot of alternate takes in this.
No, when we do have footage between both, it is the same. It's just obviously color corrected and whatnot differently.
Aquaman's like, can
There it
somebody
is.
please move my hair out of my face? That's a better line reading.
It's about the same.
It's a little.
Not by much, but like it's a little better.
It's like... It's nearly the same.
Kal-El, no.
Someone in the chat earlier said it's a worse take. So I guess I'm between you guys in that commenter.
I don't feel real strongly about it. It's still Gal Gadot saying words.
It's still Gal Gadot acting.
Which she does a better job of sometimes in her own movie, but
Allegedly.
ostensibly. I think so. But not when it's voiceover, oh my god. Look, cheesy voiceover is part of my culture.
She also gets pretty close to it there where she's like, Kal-El, you are the last son of Krypton. Just never have her say Kal-El.
Does anybody else feel like none of these characters are actually here with Superman? Like, he's fending all three of them off, and I'm like, none of them look like they're
Wait.
even touching this man right now to me.
This came out after COVID, Cap. It was COVID restrictions.
I see.
Oh wait. Okay. So, because he's supposed to be like strangling Diana, right?
I'm
Yes.
pretty sure they shot this way
If you
before
looked at his
that.
hand, it looks like he's touching her shoulder.
Okay, I'll look for it, but he's about to throw them.
Yeah, he's right.
Oh yeah,
He's right.
yeah, you're right.
What? Oh, I think he had her shoulder, but she had his wrist like this. That's what it was.
Oh, okay. I thought he was supposed to have her by the throat, but it.
That is awkward because that means he's holding her like this.
Whoa, this looks rough.
And this is
I
the
do
same in
like-
the theatrical cut, except in that obviously they add the John Williams music.
Bum 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 bum.
I do like that
bum.
shot
Oh,
of
oh.
the Flash trying to run up on Superman, and he realizes that Superman can like keep up with him.
Writer says this is badass, and I just feel like I'm not watching the same movie sometimes that he's watching.
I mean, I can see what Snyder's going for is like, it's the pit thing, like he's not himself yet, but he needs to come out of it a lot faster.
Well, it's just here so that we can fight them.
But Lois is the key. Well, this is what you came here for in the same way that you came to see Batman fight Superman, right? Like, he's consistent.
That's what I'm saying.
He's consistent like that, I guess.
You want to see Iron Man and Thor fight?
Maybe you want to see that.
No. So, Austin, I know
Kal-El,
you're not really like a power scalar guy. Does it bother you? I know you're not really like a power scaler.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said I know you are a power scaler, so I was like, what?
But
he said, I know you could really go for a cheese sandwich.
Do you like the Superman being so much more powerful than the rest of the league? Like,
I mean, it does kind of have that thing where it makes the rest of the league feel kind of worthless when he's that powerful, but also it is kind of weird when in the last movie Batman was kicking his ass.
Kryptonite.
Why does he
didn't bring it? But...
What it feels like is that he comes back from the dead way stronger than he left, and that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, he hasn't even gone up to the sun yet or anything. Like, why is he so strong?
Well, in both versions, dying and coming back gives him freeze breath.
He just never had cause to use it before. I don't know.
It's like Smallville. He just never thought to take a really deep breath.
Yeah.
Clark, no, please, ow! His delivery was really wonky there.
Yeah, it was.
Pick him up by the mouth. Do it.
Kal-El, no.
Kal-El, no.
Clark, stop frying this man. He's going to have my baby.
The woman I love, impregnated by you. No!
No! You don't understand, Clark. The only way that you and Lois can have a baby is if I impregnate Lois.
If you want to have a baby, Clark, I need to be the one to do it.
You're gonna have to go through me.
He could have just taken Lois to the vat that made the Joker.
I think perhaps I have lost my mind.
I agree.
Thanks, Austin. I've always appreciated your confidence in me.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Austin, I've never noticed this before, but Affleck's having a really hard time getting up.
The suit's so awkward. He's like...
It's so bulky. It's got to be really hot in this environment.
Yeah.
So I feel like they're just on a set, like on a sound stage. So it's probably cooled it, but it is probably still hot.
You're probably right. It probably is just a sound stage.
I've just never noticed that. Like, he can't move his arms when he's trying to get up, so he's just like trying to awkwardly force.
No, he's an action figure. He can't. He can only move his to here. You can't even go past that. It's here. This is the limit.
That was also awkward. Not like Affleck's suit awkward, but
Well, Aquaman gave him the Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider point.
And I also like the way
get
Cyborg is.
the origin of Dr. Manhattan.
I do like the way Cyborg is used to bring this whole plot together, where he's kind of, in his way, the MacGuffin of the piece, but he's not just a plot device. Because like I said, he feels pretty real to me. He's a decently like human character. So it's kind of nice how that works.
And all that connection, I think, is from that Justice League Origins book, the Jeff Johns one.
That's very New 52. Like his origin is tied directly to the Mother Box.
Yeah, I never read that. I didn't realize that.
That's that first arc in Justice League.
I guess I just don't remember now.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, I don't think anybody does.
Yeah, it's not very memorable.
Like, I mean, obviously I know he's there, but I didn't remember he had a connection to the other boxes.
Yeah.
No, John's Justice League is weird because I feel like the only storyline people actually remember somewhat fondly is the Throne of Atlantis one.
Yep.
And that got turned into a crappy animated
which has one of the worst animated movies ever.
I've still never seen that one.
Bah, 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 bah. Get off my lawn!
You're the burr.
And propane accessories.
No, wait.
The real enemy of Steppenwolf is Hank Hill. Them new gods ain't right.
But
I'll tell you what.
Victor having to watch his dad sacrifice himself to try to stop the...
Yeah, and that's completely cut from the theatrical cut.
That's the scene I was thinking of earlier when I was like, I can't believe they cut that. I just got it out of order.
Yep.
Why would you cut this? You need this.
I guess just so we could still have his dad and you can do more with them later, I guess, but...
Is he even in that movie after a certain point?
No, but I mean, that's just because they weren't going to reshoot a ton more with him. But he does have like an ending scene, and they also simplify Cyborg's design at the end, which I don't think is in this version.
Okay.
Look, we're supposed to
see if they had this in the
Whedon
Whedon cut. Batman would have walked up to Cyborg and been like, "Your father's dead, like mine." That would have been their funny banter moment.
Like me.
No, see, if this had been a theatrical cut, he would have been like, "You're Robin now."
He just slaps Robin's shirt on him. You're Robin now.
Stay away from clowns with crowbars.
Cap, it's like that Facebook ad you sent me the other day for that Flash poster.
Oh yeah, none of this is in the theatrical. We're like, we've got Superman back, and we just move on. Mm-hmm. There's no speculation about whether he came back wrong. But it does still have the same thing the theatrical does, Austin, that we complained about, where there's all that initial concern that this is maybe a bad idea, and we're playing God, and we're gonna have to pay for it. And then he comes back, and I guess it's fine. Like, he does still have that.
He's got freeze breath. That's the consequence.
It's not a consequence. That's a bonus. That's a.
Maybe he doesn't want freeze breath, Cap. Maybe it hurts. It hurts.
You leveled up like in an RPG, and you're calling it consequence.
When cold and heat mixes together, it creates a tornado. Maybe when he uses cold breath after heat vision, it makes a tornado within him. Just like the one that killed his father. It's traumatizing, okay?
Do you think it's... I'm going to ignore all that because that's ridiculous. Do you think it's possible that,
yes,
that the consequence for his coming back is somehow Martha is Martian Manhunter? Like, that's the consequence.
But that happened before.
Yeah, I know. It changed time.
Well, no. See, Austin, it's going to be like Smallville, where there's a complicated time travel plot,
Yeah, exactly.
They saved one life, but it's gonna take another. You don't know when it will happen.
Are they
It
gonna have?
rippled out like Superman's scream.
Are they gonna have any of that crap about how like he smells nice?
No, so I know for a
Oh
fact that is
wow!
ADR'd
I forgot
over.
about
No,
that.
He did, yeah.
Wait, what?
What?
Isn't that what he just said?
No. So they don't do that here. He has the same response, but she didn't say something stupid.
Oh.
She says you spoke, and he said, "Did I not before?" Not did you not you smell good. And it's still a weird exchange, but it's at least not that.
No, and the smell thing's just weird, but
I think the
did
idea
I not before?
is,
I feel like it's still a weird response to "Oh, you spoke."
well, I think the idea is maybe supposed to be like since he came back from the dead, he's not uttered any words, and she's like, and he finally says something, and she's like, "Oh wow, you spoke," and he's maybe not conscious of the fact that he hasn't been acting like himself. Maybe that's supposed to be the idea.
The theatrical cut doesn't make sense. You smell good. Did I not before?
Yeah,
they're both just really weird interactions.
Yeah, but one is clearly weirder than
one
the
is
other
clearly
one.
worse. But like, I don't know, Superman's lines were still really weird in this one.
Tyler, why is this thing broken into parts? What does that add to Snyder's vision? It just raises too many questions. Well, it makes you look real pretentious. That's one thing.
Wait, hold on. Ask that question again, Cab.
Why is it broken into parts? What
Was
does
it
it
not
add
before?
to Snyder's vision? That's great. Well, and the parts thing, I would get more if, kind of like John was talking about earlier, each section was focused on more on a different character than the rest of them. So you could be like, part 1, Aquaman. Part 2,
yeah, like a structural thing.
Flash.
Like
that'd be good, right? That'd be all right.
Yeah, I guess the issue there is just you have to make it that from the get-go. I don't think you'd be able to like shift it into that, but that would be a really cool way of doing a Justice League movie if you were going to break it into parts like that.
And you could have easily done it from the start. Like Batman's probably your first one, and then Aquaman's probably your second. Like it wouldn't be that hard to do.
Just do a Justice League movie that's just Sonic Adventure. You just follow them, and then at the end they all team up to fight Starro instead of Chaos.
Yeah, and I know that I know what you just said is not an RPG, but I mentioned RPGs earlier. It would feel like an RPG kind of story, right? Where it's like you're building your party.
Yeah. Well, it'd be what you need then is like an enemy every few hours, so that they start fighting like high schoolers, and then by the end of the movie they're fighting gods. For the
They're fighting giant rats in the first part.
Yeah.
Giant rats and spiders for like the first half hour.
So, Jareth, we talked a lot earlier about how HBO was talking about releasing this earlier. He says that maybe that's why the parts. I'm not sure about that. I think it's just as likely that Snyder did that himself, and that's why HBO was considering releasing it that way, and then they just didn't. I think that's more likely, but
yeah, I'm not sure. There's still an hour left.
Yeah.
Oh no, of course there is, because there's like the half hour after the climax, the apocalypse.
Look, at least they're actually a league, and it's not like Birds of Prey, where they never come together as a team until
if it were Birds of Prey,
they
we'd
are
be
now
done by now.
Well, yes,
yeah, but
no.
you must be watching a worse movie.
I know. Sorry, what?
If this was Birds of Prey, you'd be watching a worse movie.
I'd be watching a movie that pisses me off more.
You can also fit 3 Birds of Prey into this movie. No, Batman, your line is Wonder Woman told me about all of this by saying they lost. We got this.
What you should say is Well, Superman is way stronger than all of us put together, so if we can just get him to agree to help us out, we should be fine.
Well, and that is one thing I like about this movie's big fight set pieces. It does find something for everyone to do, and it's not just waiting for Superman to show up.
Yeah, because the Deus Ex Machina thing in the Whedon version is embarrassing.
No, like, I don't love this version of the Flash, but it is insane to me that the only thing they could think to do in the theatrical cut with him was moving trucks of kids around.
And this version, Superman's still in Zod's hallucination.
Yup. The skulls are coming. They're coming. John Kelling, a bird of prey in the hand is worth 4 hours of a SNUT.
Somebody in the comments, Brady says the reason they didn't do parts is because of legal issues with contracts. If you're turning a movie into a miniseries, there are different contracts, and then have to pay the actors again differently.
That may be true.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe
all of
maybe
them would
that
be
is
suing,
why
just like the Black Widow thing.
But it's very
Maybe
strange
that's why it
that
is
they
the
would
parts.
announce it. You know, you'd think that they would know they were having legal issues with that before they told the public about it, because that came out.
WME maybe just said it before they looked into it.
It's I mean, it's possible.
It's possible.
But if memory serves, and I could be wrong, it's been 4 years, but I thought that that was part of the original, like, official announcement. Is like the Snyder Cut is coming, we're putting out in parts. As opposed to like a leak or just we're thinking about this kind of thing. But somebody tell me if I'm wrong.
Lois is like, "Oh, Martha, thanks for coming to visit me the other day," and she's like, "What?"
Who are you?
Yeah, I didn't visit you the other day. I'm in Smallville. You think I would drive out all the way to Metropolis just to see you for 2 minutes?
It's really funny if Lois was like, I really enjoyed that conversation I had with you the other day. And then Martha's like, what are you talking about? I didn't see you the
That's
other
what I'm
day.
saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading comments. Maybe you said... Maybe...
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Sorry.
And now do it again.
Sorry.
John, now you have to say it.
You know, it'd be really funny if
Shut
Lois
the
was
hell
just
up.
like, hey, I like that conversation we had.
Shut up!
Does Lois have a job in this movie?
One of the big things I'm glad I knew it wouldn't be, but I'm just saying I'm glad it wasn't. Is that scene where that's not in this cut is where Arthur sits on the lasso and just rambles for like an hour.
We love that joke, though, John.
The DCEU really did.
Brady, well, he said it
The
can
worst
be...
is in Flash, though, where Ezra Miller's like, "I know the concept of sex, but I've never experienced it." It's like, what are we doing?
I don't remember that. The only thing I remember from that is when Affleck has it.
Yeah, they both do.
Brady says you can... Snyder said it could be in 6 parts or a full 4-hour movie. It wasn't set in stone that it was going to be a miniseries. And see, it is nice that we have that we have Bruce like confirm for audiences that were confused that was in fact the Flash.
Or that really happened.
that actually happened and it wasn't a dream.
It's also weird he doesn't mention it to the Flash. He just talks about it with Wonder Woman.
Yeah. You'd think he'd be like, hey, you...
I don't mind that.
It's the person that showed up.
Because
he should be like,
I
yo,
met you from the future.
was that you? Like, what was that?
Right, but we've also established that he trusts Diana more than any of the other League. Like, I buy that he would go to her first.
But it was the Flash that popped up in his room. He should be like, hey, what was that? Like, did you do that?
I don't know, that just doesn't seem like... I don't know. Maybe, but... It just makes sense to me that he would go to Diana.
But I think Austin's suggesting that, like, when he goes to recruit him and they first meet, one of the first things he would maybe say to him is, okay, do you remember meeting me? Because...
You appeared in my room. In my room.
Maybe not even give him all that information if he's just feeling him out, but just be like, hint at it.
Mm-hmm. Something.
Like a, what do you call it? A detective?
Well, but to be fair, if you're going just based on that first interaction, Barry makes it clear he knows of Bruce Wayne, but that he's never met him.
I know it is even just to be like, hey, like, can you travel into dreams? Like, is that one of the things you do? You run fast.
Yeah, trying to figure
appeared in my
something out
dream.
about it because it's so freaking weird. Oh man, he's synchronizing his mother boxes. Things just got really serious.
Oh no, not that.
Whenever you synchronize your mother boxes, that's when it gets real.
Austin, I just have to say that photo of, I guess it's Raphael. That's beautiful.
Isn't it amazing?
I'm going to be in a coma tomorrow that it's possible no one will ever awaken me from. I am so out of it right now.
Well, if it makes you feel better, there's still an hour left to this movie.
Didn't you say that an hour ago?
Yeah, well, you see, when I said it, there was an hour and 4 minutes. Now there is just 4 minutes under an hour. It's been 8 minutes since I said that.
Wow. Time is moving as slowly as it does in the slow motion scenes in Zack Snyder films.
I love that Cap can barely get through a 4-hour movie, but can watch 12 hours of Smallville.
Well, yeah, but it's because I've been doing this all week, and because I haven't... I didn't get enough sleep over the weekend, I don't think.
And it's all downhill for me.
I know. I'm not sure how we're going to get through the rest of it.
You just mean for the rest of the movie?
No, for the other movies he has to do this week.
I mean, yes, we have the
Tomorrow
Suicide
was
Squad
the
tomorrow,
only
like,
good
whatever,
movie of this
but-
Mania.
Nah, it's the 4th good movie.
No.
And that's not ranking, by the way. I'm just saying.
No, I know what you meant. But you're still incorrect.
Nah.
Oh, this is Man of Steel score. I recognize this.
Yeah, I mean, there's been quite a bit of it ever since Superman came back.
Yeah, but I didn't recognize it before.
We got a lot of it on the farm and stuff, too.
This was just the moment where I was like, oh, I recognize this.
I'm just trying to make you feel like an idiot. It's very important to me.
I don't feel like an idiot because I don't find the Man of Steel score memorable.
Oh, it's really good.
Damn it, I'm failing at everything tonight. Oh, speaking of, we should probably read some more comments, do you think?
Yeah, here I can read one. Okay. Serial When Pigs Fly. My favorite scene was the Flash running back in time. The movie is the reason I can somewhat enjoy this version of the Flash. The worst thing is the length. I feel like this could be one of the all-time great superhero movies if it's about 3 hours long. You can completely cut the nightmare stuff. I don't need the Joker giving Batman a reach around. There's a fair bit of double-up scenes with Steppenwolf and Desaad especially. What surprised me was how much of the soul of the movie was lost in the theatrical version, particularly with the characters of Flash, Cyborg, and Aquaman. Man, I love the SNUT. Question: would you like to see this universe continued in comics, and do you think we should have had the Green Lantern in this film?
I would have liked to see Green Lantern in this film. I'm the biggest... I don't think it's unreasonable to say I'm the biggest fan of this material out of the three of us.
Jesus.
But if it's a comic continuation of just all the ideas that Snyder has talked about, I don't really need that. Like, I'm fine with it just ending here.
Yeah, and I never care about comic continuations of screen things.
I do like this piece of music right here that was playing.
So for me, I would say a resounding F no. And should Green Lantern be in this movie? I don't know. I'm indifferent on it. He would just be shooting green lasers. So.
I would have been morbidly curious enough to read that if it happened. It somewhat probably depends on who's writing it, just because, like, you'd want Snyder to be involved, and you'd want it to be somebody that might have actually worked on those movies, as opposed to just somebody guessing at it. Because I'm not really interested in that. And also, even if Snyder comes in and like totally does it himself, it's not gonna be 100% what he would have done, because he's, it's almost like Butterfly Effect or something, right? Like he's being influenced by the way history worked out, and he's not actually making a movie now. But I don't know.
It would be par for the course, though. Like, this is not the exact Justice League movie he would have made after BVS.
Yeah.
BVS also isn't the exact movie he would have made after Man of Steel.
Yeah, that's true. And I do like a lot of, or at least trying out a lot of comic continuations of things. I can't say most of it works out great. But yeah, I mean, I would have read that, certainly. Just to see how crazy it gets. And also, Austin, the main reason I would have liked it is because then it would be easier for me to keep straight all the alleged plot points. Because that comes up a lot. I just can't always remember what the hell he said he was going to do. And so it'd just be, if I saw it in art, it would be easier for me to remember all of it.
No, that's fair. Maybe someday.
Although I also have to say, I don't know if I want to see, like, New 52 costumes turned into live action, and then that regurgitated back to comics. I don't know if I want to look at that.
That's kind of my thing with when we do that, is just, I'm a comic fan. Like, I care about that more than I care about adaptations. So, like, it always feels weird to me when we adapt the adaptation back into comics.
Yeah. That's fair. It's always awkward where it's like you're doing... It's like sloppy seconds where you're stuck with this medium. It's not the medium you want to be in.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a little bit disingenuous to the medium.
Yeah, now he's Night Owl.
I feel less that way in prose just because it's so totally different. So, like, if you do that kind of thing in novel form, it's a little bit easier for me to swallow if it's good.
That's a different form of adaptation, too.
Yeah. But stuff like this is so action-driven, you can't do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you imagine a Zack Snyder novel?
Oh, God. There'd be like 8 words in it.
That was your line? That's the line they gave you? Follow me, you damn insects?
What's wrong with that?
Well, I don't know. Are we sure Goyer didn't work on this movie?
Did he not before?
That was the correct response. well done.
We're also going to get that really awkward team shot in a minute.
I really appreciate the way you're doing your job. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Favorite scene, Superman's fight scene. I love that score. What he would change. Look, I get it. Snyder wanted to put back in everything he shot, but 4 hours? Come on, is it really necessary to see the village people sing? Do we need to see the Arrow's entire journey across the ocean? Trim it down.
I wish it was just actually the village people.
And eliminate the unnecessary future nightmare reshoots. The thing that surprised him, that the SNUT is real and got released. Yeah, we didn't talk about all that, like, argument and dispute, you know, years before this came out about whether or not, like such a thing even existed.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the answer is probably still technically it didn't. It's just they needed to finish stuff because I think didn't they put another like 80 million in finishing that?
I think so, yeah.
That wouldn't just be that apocalypse scene.
like
That would be finishing more than that.
I don't think anybody ever disputed that there was a lot of different footage.
Here's this really awkward team shot. They look really wonky.
It was more just, has there already been an edit that's sitting in a drawer that could just be released? Because people are always like, release it. Almost like in situations like the O.J. Simpson trial or something, like there's these tapes, we want to see them released. Like release the thing suggests it's just sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is press a button and give it to us. And that was clearly never the case with this.
Yeah, that's all I mean when I say it probably at the end of the day isn't true, just because it isn't that.
I think so too.
To Austin's point, like you would probably have to undo a lot of the. I mean, I don't know how movie making works for the most part, other than just basic stuff, but
my man,
you have to probably finish the effects for the shots that end up not making it in the theatrical cut.
Yeah.
The theatrical cut recolors a lot of like this. All looks terrible in the theatrical cut with the red sky and everything. You probably either have to reverse that or fix that.
Okay,
There's
Aquaman is still
editing to be done.
kind of dude bro-y in this cut, so I was a little bit disingenuous.
It's just
about
not to
that
the
at
same
beginning.
degree, but there is still an aspect of it.
It's mostly in this scene, and it just
Yeah.
It's kind of just a
it
side to
plays
his
more like he's just having
personality.
fun.
I do like him a lot more here, though, and like I said earlier, I wish we could have seen a movie based more on this material.
He's a bit of a dude bro, but not in that like, oh, this is funny way. It's just like, oh, that's just he's letting loose in this fight.
We
He's
also
just
had
a
that bit
little
with
jockish.
Alfred where he was like, Alfred, that's cool.
I wish I had a butler.
I don't even think he was reacting to that. I think he was just reacting to his name being Alfred.
How much is a penny worth?
Where'd you get that name? That's cool. It's part of me culture.
So Austin, who would you pitch for like the villain of your first Justice League movie?
Who would I pick for the villain of my first Justice League movie?
Ultra humanite.
Sure, why not?
It's ultra humanite.
I thought Austin was gonna go with Starro, honestly.
I mean, Star would be cool. Star was definitely up there. Legion of Doom also.
Yeah. Do you think he'll hold off on doing the Starro just because of the Suicide Squad?
Probably.
Yeah, we probably just won't do Starro, but it'd be cool if we did.
I also think, like I said earlier, you could take a member of somebody else's rogues gallery that's in the Justice League that's like big enough. So like Justice League in my mind would not have been the worst place to finally do Brainiac.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody mentioned Mongol when we did the theatrical as well.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't get super excited about that personally, but that could have been okay.
Well, I think just because we were talking about like the exact like warlord kind of thing that he wants to do, but also Steppenwolf is a dumb choice. So they were like, well, you could just do Mongol.
Yeah.
If you didn't want to do Darkseid right away.
Well, now this just looks like the setup for an Injustice fight.
That's true. Yeah, he's gonna do his line now, and they're...
Yeah, and like they're standing real far apart, and you could see what the perspective would look like in the 2D the 2D fighting arena. Yeah, this is just an Injustice fight.
Kylan's chat said I'd use the White Martians or the center. From New
Oh, the
Oh,
White
White
Martians
Martians
would be
is a
cool.
great idea.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
The center would also be cool. It's a very different movie if you're just straight up, or if you're adapting more so of New Frontier. I also feel like the center could be what Gunn does for his first Justice League.
My other thing with the White Martians is if you're gonna do that, it has to be a league with Martian Manhunter.
Oh, of course.
Yes. Well, you take Cyborg out, and he's that exact role, right? Where he's the connected one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He facilitates
Well, that's
the villain plot. Yeah.
Because Austin,
Yeah.
I know you haven't seen a lot of the DCAU. Have you seen that Justice League pilot?
No. But I know that they're the villains of it.
Basically, what they do.
Mhm.
It's the White Martians, and he's kind of the connecting. Austin, why aren't you watching the DCAU?
I wish I was.
Yeah, you sure do. Because it's great. I also think, and this would have been kind of an Avengers move, but if you had a Green Lantern here, you could have done Sinestro first.
Yeah, Sinestro's maybe weird for like a full Justice League, but I mean you could do it.
Well, and Cap 2, because we were talking about it earlier. If you're gonna do Sinestro, that's also where you could have done Cyborg Superman, because in the John's run he
Yes.
worked with the Sinestro Corps.
I had that thought too. Cyborg Superman, by the early 2010s, was a Green Lantern villain more than he was a Superman villain.
Yep.
I didn't mention this during the theatrical cut, but it is weird that Wonder Woman does the clanging thing there when her shield would be blocking it. Like it would revert back, I would think.
Captain Coon, $5 super chat. What the Snyder cut was before the 70 million is closer to looking like the leaked X-Men Origins work print, meaning it wasn't done for any release. That's about what I
Yeah,
figured.
exactly. Yeah, this is where we get that moment between them.
Oh, yeah.
Liar.
That liar was better. She just kind of whispers it.
Yeah, she actually looks upset. Versus the theatrical cut, from what I remember, she just seems confused. for the entire thing.
Liar. Her line should have been, "Oh no, you didn't."
I would love to hear Gal Gadot try to say that. It'd be wonderful. I imagine it like that Simpsons joke where they do the Radioactive Man movie, and it's their version of Arnold, and he has to say "up an atom" or "up an atom," and he's like, "Up an atom." You just can't say it. It'd be like that.
And then he becomes the president.
Yay!
Oh, that's where he says for Darkseid. Well, that's a much
Yeah,
better
he also
placement.
said it earlier too.
Did he? Darkseid's at least in this. Oh, and then he's doing his freeze breath there.
Yeah. Because that's where Superman goes, not impressed, and then he breaks
Okay.
his
This is
axe.
still maybe not straight up Deus Ex Machina, but like he is, showing up at a kind of convenient moment, I guess. Sorry, what, John?
So in every other adaptation I've seen, it's not freezing breath. It's just like super breath. Like he can.
He is
blow fire.
both.
Oh, does he have both? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
That was my main question, is because I don't normally.
Oh,
see
yeah.
him.
Yeah, no, he's got both.
It is nice to see the black costume.
Yeah. Well,
It's
Cap,
not-
I don't know if you remember this, but I think it's around when this came out, we got it both in this and the Arrowverse, because they did it too.
It would be cool if it was the blacks, like the actual comic one. I don't
Yeah.
really like that it's just a recolor.
No, I don't like that either, but I guess I'm just saying.
It's
I'm
very
glad,
Spider-Man 3.
I'm glad. Yeah, that's annoying, but I'm glad the suit is black right after he comes back. At least we did that in this, and it's annoying that we don't have it in the Whedon version. But
When
but
is
I'm
that
with you. I
also
wish
a
they did
digital
the
recolor
silver
thing
and
in
everything.
this movie? Because these are all the same shots. Some of these. So either they digitally recolored it red and blue, or they digitally colored it black in this one.
I think it's the first thing because I remember talking to people about this when this came out, and somebody sent me pictures of it on set where he was wearing the black, like on set.
I remember
Well,
there
and
was
I know
a
there's a lot of
picture.
Because this in the theatrical cut from memory, this is a lot of where he has that like CGI mouth.
Yeah, but there are shots here that are the same. No, I remember
Yeah.
there was a set photo of the black suit, like on a mannequin. But I don't know if there's one of him wearing it, but I could be wrong.
It's been too long. I thought I remembered
Yes,
that.
exactly.
But
Same
I
here.
don't know. Who cares? I don't remember it.
Austin, have you seen the CW one?
No.
Are you talking about with Crisis? I don't even know what we're talking about.
I don't remember what event it is, but yeah, they do the black suit. Maybe it is Crisis.
Oh, it's also just a recolor.
Well, but it's got the silver.
It's still got the silver ass, so that's nice.
Well, I think this one has it too, like where the yellow is.
Oh, maybe. It looked like it was just a black all the way through.
There's Granny Goodness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It would be nice if Darkseid did something.
Just Omega beam them right
I'm pretty
now.
sure he's just gonna
Darkseid.
stand there though.
Isn't that what he's about to do?
No, they're about to explode from the mother boxes. Which
Oh, okay.
that portal's open, so I guess it also
Oh.
destroys Darkseid.
Austin, there was the shot. It's
Oh yes,
because he has the blue eyes too.
yeah.
He's now been relegated to one of the cameos at the end of The Flash. That's what it looks like now. we open up a portal. Hey, look over there! It's Darkseid. Hey, look over there! It's Superman Lives Superman.
But you know what? He's better rendered than those cameos.
Yeah. So does Darkseid also die there?
Maybe.
I've never had that thought before, but just watching it now.
I guess it doesn't matter now. You know?
No, it doesn't matter. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Because it did explode right... Like, from his perspective, a portal opened up, he turned around, and everything exploded.
Since we're not going to get any more of these, your headcanon's as good as my headcanon.
Oh, dude, my headcanon could kick your headcanon's ass.
Well, joke's on you. My headcanon is an actual cannon, so it doesn't need to kick you. It's a cannon.
Yeah,
Well,
but my
although-
headcanon is a cannon with a little gun on top, so it's even better.
Austin, I'm fully aware I'm overthinking
What
this.
is this
But it would be
conversation?
cool if that did kill Darkseid, just because that would present that dilemma of like, if you go back in time, yes, you're saving all of the League, but you'd also be bringing Darkseid back as a threat again. That could be interesting.
What a conundrum.
Do I let the Earth die just to kill Darkseid?
Deacon Spear says,
Yeah,
Black
no, I was
suit-
thinking that too. Like, he technically saves them if that's what happens.
Deacon Spear says that Black Suit Superman was in Elseworlds, the Elseworlds crossover. Oh, that's right. But it was also the suit the evil Superman wore in Captain Luthor's Earth on Superman and Lois. Yeah, we weren't talking about
I
Superman and
don't
Lois
remember them
yet.
bringing that suit.
I knew they did it in Superman and Lois, but when he mentioned CW, he was talking about something that would have been more around this time. So I knew we weren't talking about that.
Yeah. One day, Cap, we'll cover that show one day.
Yeah, I'll finish it at some point. I'm close to the end
Along
of
with
season
all
2.
the other
but-
Superman things we have to do.
Yeah, John's my Superman guy, even though he didn't used to know anything about Superman.
Them reforming did kind of look like the Flash cameos, though.
Yeah, it does.
Oh
yeah,
my god, it does.
take back what you said, John. You're wrong.
No, I said Darkseid was better.
I know. I'm joking. I'm
No.
joking.
No, you weren't. I
John, go get a
stand
bar
up.
of soap. Get out of here.
You get out of here.
Well, Ryder, it wasn't a real Oscar, so no, I don't know if it counts as a second Oscar win. Come live on this green screen with us, Victor. Forever and ever and ever.
My opinion on this actor aside, it is kind of a shame that he didn't have a decent career after this, because I think he is really good in this movie.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like his performance a lot.
Sorry, what was that, Cap?
I'm just agreeing with you.
Oh, okay.
Which I know is rare, so we've got to like mark it in the history books.
These ghost things look terrible.
Yeah, what is happening? That's again. I'll say it once again. It would have been more embarrassing on the big screen. It's actually kind of lucky some of this didn't get released in a theater.
Yeah, it's much better that you can watch it at home on TV in the same aspect ratio as Seinfeld. That is the way it was meant to be viewed.
Or like Jason said, on a Game Boy.
Yeah, on your Game Boy. I love that Darkseid's just watching this.
Dagon
Well, I mean,
Spirit
they did.
says that it always bothered him that Darkseid is right there, and he just stands there staring at the Justice
He's just
League.
standing there watching. He can literally
That's it.
Omega beam them to death.
He's just watching.
He's like, "Whoa, I like the show."
Leo, I'm happy for you, Captain Logan, that you're finally watching Superman and Lois, because you actually get to see some good Superman. I mean, we've had kind of a renaissance the last few years. Like that is real honest to God Superman, and I mean I've got my issues with it, but his characterization's wonderful, and
It's a good show, but I think I like My Adventures.
and then
Superman
My
more.
Adventures is also part of that renaissance, and then hopefully
It just
Gunn's
helps
movie
that their
will
Supergirl's so good.
be right there with it and give us a kind of a three-way punch with that.
Yeah.
I told you Steppenwolf was a dumb idea as the lead villain for this
Yes.
movie, Darkseid.
Yes, you did. I also like that when he steps on Steppenwolf's head, his like other antler thing breaks off instead of his head crushing. like it was meant to break there.
I actually didn't remember that Darkseid got more dialogue after this, so I thought maybe you were right. We would be questioning if he was just dead.
No, I mean like when like he's obviously back now because of the Flash, but I mean like did he die when they all?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So I'm
Because
caught
that portal opens right before that explosion happens, so like
so he totally
they would have
could
been hit by that, I would think. Like I said, from Darkseid's perspective, a portal opens up behind him, he turns around, and then 3 mother boxes explode.
Right before he dies, he's probably thinking, "Oh crap! I probably should have done something."
Well, especially like what was he doing there? Like he was also just standing in a long hall.
He's like a watcher. He's just
Well,
watching.
there was people in that hall. He was probably like addressing.
Yeah, there's like people on the sides. Yeah.
I do like this team shot.
Look at all this happy slow motion. It's a little corny for my taste, but
It's at least actual people though, as opposed to the action ones. So I'll take that.
yeah, sure.
And they have a reason to be standing there. Well, maybe Superman doesn't, but
Well, he wants to.
Well, according to
hang out
84,
with his
Wonder Woman,
friends.
Wonder Woman doesn't either.
That movie didn't happen. You made it up.
Cyborg can fly too.
There's a great joke in the Justice League cartoon where Batman, for whatever reason, has to like ditch the bat plane or whatever, and he's like falling to the ground. He's like, anybody that could fly, some help would be really nice. And that should be where the movie ends.
That was sure some posing. Yeah, can we go to bed now? Epilogue! Oh, no!
Well, they were posing in front of Darkseid, and then they left to go pose on the top of the smokestack.
Hey, Austin, read another thing real quick.
Okay, dokie.
Can you? Because we've still got like 6 or 7 of these.
And we still have half an hour of movie left.
I know,
Okay.
there's still...
Captain Coon, he says, SNUT! Favorite scene, Kal-El, no. Being worse in this version is actually hilarious. Things I would change, get rid of Zach after BVS. Things that surprised me, just how boring it is. With all caps.
Wow, he's right there with you. Victor, favorite scene is Steppenwolf stealing the mother box from Themyscira. Actually, I think this might be the best scene of Snyder's entire career. I would change Snyder's insistence on making everything epic. Yeah. A football game is played at the same level of epicness as Flash saving the world. Makes for some great images, but leaves the movie feeling very unbalanced. There's literally a bwomp sound effect when the janitor's mop hits the floor. I was surprised how similar the plot and overall arc of the movie is to the theatrical version, but don't get me wrong, the SNUT is way better. I was also surprised by how teenage edgelord the Batman Joker nightmare stuff is at the end, especially given what a heroic traditional tone the rest of the movie has. Question, if Snyder got to make the sequels he wanted to make, which characters from the comics would you have liked to see him adapt?
None that I like. So that I don't have to see them ruined.
We talked about villains.
Yeah, none that I like.
Yeah.
I can't think of any others that like I would want him to adapt. Like I like his Batman and Superman well enough, but like the other characters that I really want to see from DC that haven't been really adapted or adapted well aren't characters that I think he would be a good fit for, like Green Lantern, Green Arrow.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
you would definitely want a Green Lantern after this.
Yeah, but like I want Hal Jordan Green Lantern, and I want him to be a bit lighter, a bit jokier.
Adam March says, let this serve as my review. This is his one, which is just...
That's awesome! That's so good!
So, that is his review of this movie.
Yeah, I'm with you, and not just for length. Like, I don't think there was any more movie left here. Like, I don't think we need any of these loose ends tied up, because any of this that needs to be tied up could be done in somebody else's movie or in the next Justice League thing.
Well, because like if you have to do the Barry and his dad thing for the 6 billionth time, this epilogue bit should be in the Flash movie.
Yeah,
then especially because this came out retroactively. Because is this in the theatrical cut?
No, because this is weirder. Where he's like, "Yeah, just the door." It's
what?
Huh?
You were saying things, but I couldn't comprehend what you were saying. It was just like noise.
His foot's in the door. That's what he says. He freaks out.
You cut out for a second.
Oh, okay.
Like retrospectively, just cut at the big hero shot, and that's the end of the movie. Like, you don't need all this stuff that's setting up other movies that aren't going to happen or have already happened.
Yeah, and then if you really want the like the setup for the Hall of Justice, you could just make that the after credits if you have to have that.
To be fair, though, some of the stuff is payoff stuff, like working out like what happened to the house. We did.
That's true. That's fair.
Oh, Barry needs a job, and his dad is like, I hope that you'll get it. It's like that's the payoff for that. Like we are wrapping up these character stories in like a 5-minute montage, which I think is fine.
Hey, Austin, I'm gonna drop you guys out and call you right back.
Okay.
Because you are cutting in and out a little bit.
Oh well, I can hang up and
yeah, actually do that
like
because John's fine.
Yeah.
And you'd probably have to call back anyway. So yeah. Thanks.
Thank God that guy's gone.
Hopefully he calls back pretty quick.
Oh, there's the insane Batmobile.
Because now it looks all wonky and we can't see you.
I guess it's just I'm really sick of the Barry Allen and his dad thing.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm with you. Austin's probably right about some of this epilogue, but it could have been 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It is about 5 minutes altogether, though. Like, it is just a 5-minute montage.
Well, so Austin, I'll meet you in the middle. Some of this stuff I do think you need, like, Clark getting the house back. You don't need the Flash running scene and the thing with his dad.
Right.
You set up the Flash thing with his dad, though. You should pay that off.
No.
Yes. John, the person who likes this movie arguing that we need to make it worse.
It wouldn't make it worse. It
would. Yes, that was the payoff of his movie.
I'm not sure how I
His
feel
movie
about.
hasn't happened yet.
I'm not sure how I feel about Superman staying in the black.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of an odd choice.
Well, and that's funny in retrospect, because when he shows up again in Black Adam, he's not.
Yeah, I think Super Billy said it's awkward that the first time we really get like a big team moment with the entire Justice League, Superman's in the black suit, which I think is fair.
Well, yeah, but John, what even counts canonically? Like, yes, the Snyder Cut has come out at that point, but are they even thinking about that when they make that movie? Like, it wasn't in the theater, so.
No, that's fair.
65% of the audience didn't finish it. They didn't even know Superman came back in this cut.
Let alone what he was wearing.
That's the scene Cap was asking for. Except it's not actually.
Except it's
Lex.
not, yeah. And like that part was in the theatrical cut, or some version of it anyway.
Dude, you're a trained security guard. Why are you running away from him?
Just stab him.
Yeah,
It's weird Lex went to Arkham.
No, it's not. It's right next to Metropolis. So like they just hop, skip, and jump.
Austin, remember they set it up at the end of BVS that Bruce specifically pulled strings to get him there.
Oh, that's right.
No, I'm saying it's weird that he went to Arkham because that's the criminally insane.
Well, yeah, but
I don't know that Lex would get that.
Yeah, but did you see him at the end of that movie?
Well, but that's
he was
what
just
I'm
acting
saying.
like a
It's-
crazy.
Yeah,
that
Bruce
did
broke the
want-
system so that he abused his power.
And then, because you guys watched the theatrical cut, is this not the post-credit scene of the theatrical cut?
It is, yeah,
It
but
is.
the dialogue's different. What they're setting up is different.
Yeah, it's still.
I know you're more indifferent, but I'm really sad we
it's still
didn't get more
Deathstroke on a
of this Deathstroke.
boat.
Yeah, I did not need the Teen Titans main villain as the main villain of a Batman movie.
Yeah, and I mean, in their defense, that was kind of popular right around there, where we did a lot of Deathstroke stuff and Batman things. I never cared either. Like, I didn't need that. But
Yeah. No, it's becoming a trend, and it was just another part of it.
I wasn't especially surprised by it, but
And it was just going to be Deathstroke shows up and kills Batman's supporting cast.
oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's going to kill Alfred. Somebody said earlier he was supposed to kill Gordon. I don't remember that, but if that's true, then
Oh, great.
there's that too.
Well, I'm kind of glad they didn't make that. Brady, 4.99 super chat. The Silas Stone voiceover is a better choice than the Lois Lane one from the theatrical cut. I wasn't even listening real close. So I forgot he even had a voiceover. Now this should be the end of the movie.
Yeah, this is legitimately the worst part of this movie.
Oh no, it's still going.
Well, that's the end of the footage they actually had for the movie.
Captain Coon,
Now we're
super chat.
into Rebel Moon shot in Zack Snyder's basement.
Captain Coon, he's in the black suit because Snyder thinks it's cool. Well, that's probably true.
Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure they digitally recolored his suit to be black in this. And that they shot with the red and blue.
That's what I thought for a long
don't know why
time,
we
and
needed
people have
this.
argued with me about it a lot, and I just cannot remember for sure now.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of like I said, it's one or the other because we reuse a lot of those shots with Superman in the theatrical cut.
Like, when people were begging for the Snyder Cut, was there anyone going, boy, I sure hope Jared Leto's Joker is in this?
Well, and this was supposed to be longer, too. They cut this down.
Oh, she's still doing that accent.
Right, I gotta kill him for killing me, Aquaman.
I never noticed him watching this before. That's clear. Affleck is clearly wearing like his old bat suit, but he's lost weight, so like his face doesn't fit in the cowl, and it looks
That's
really
true.
Yeah. It looks worse later on. Well, that and Ezra Miller's not even here.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
you
gonna
can-
say, isn't it true that some of this was like, is it that it was COVID period shoots and everybody was shot
Yes, which is why-
separately, or is it just some people couldn't make it
I think it's just Ezra Miller.
together? Okay.
And I remember at the time people being like, look, see, this proves that Leto could be a good Joker. He's just as bad in this scene as he is in Suicide Squad.
It doesn't help that it's just a weirdly written scene.
That and it has the most unintentionally funny Batman line ever put in a movie. Where he goes, when I kill you, and I will effing kill you.
I forgot about that.
Well, and like, cause like this isn't even the Joker; it's just Jared Leto saying things.
Yeah.
That is Jared Leto's Joker.
I mean, I don't like his Joker like at all, but at least he's doing something resembling a performance in Suicide Squad. This just feels like him reciting dialogue.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's not even putting on the voice or anything, which is, I mean, I appreciate because I can't stand what he's doing in Suicide Squad, but
I mean, he is doing the voice. He's not going as over the top, but like he is still putting on weird voices for some like words in a sentence too. Like, I don't know. I think he's still like trying to do his Joker thing. I mean, it's also been a couple of years, so he's maybe just not capturing it. But...
yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Well, and he's also doing different.
Oh,
voices.
she
now he's being
suffered
weird.
so.
Like,
That'd
what
be
was
really
that?
He's being a honka.
And I just think it's weird to go back and shoot new things that would only exist to set up stuff you know you'll never get to do. And now he's attempting a Heath Ledger, which is weird.
He was doing like an Elvis.
An Elvis.
Instead of a Joker,
If it was Heath
instead of a
Ledger.
Joker card, he should have whipped out a used condom and been like, "Take my
Oh,
truth."
no, not this again.
It's the character. That's what he does. They're bad guys. It's what they do. Oh no, Draven G. I forgot he's playing Skeletor in that new He-Man.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not seeing that.
Well, did they get Terrio back for this?
Yeah,
'Cause I feel like probably not. Like,
No, this feels like Snyder wrote it in like 5 minutes.
just say things. You guys are actors. You know your characters.
Tyler, why doesn't Batman just kill him now? I doubt he's adding anything to this group.
He's gonna throw a ton of used condoms at Superman, which is his other weakness. We just don't really talk about that.
Yeah, he's in that new Tron movie too. Draven pointed that out.
Yeah.
John Kelling, and when I make sure my seconds are seconds, I will make sure my seconds are effing seconds.
Oh, he's kind of lost the laugh. He doesn't remember what his Joker laugh was.
No, he sounds like a squeaky door.
I mean, he did sound like a squeaky, like, floorboard in Suicide Squad, but now he's a squeaky door. He's become a different form of squeaky thing. Because before it was like, and now it's, it's like went up an octave.
That shot of Ezra looks really bad.
He doesn't even
I
look
hate
like the
his
same
stupid
person.
full mask.
If you told me that was some other actor pretending to be him, I would believe you.
I wish Superman just, like, obliterated Joker. Like, he shot through him. After this whole scene.
Austin, you only get one. Does he obliterate Ezra Miller's Flash or Jared Leto's Joker?
So he obliterates through Joker, and then heat visions through. I only get one. No, he moves. He's Superman. He moves so fast he hits through both.
You get one.
He hits through the Joker, and part of Joker's body flies out, and then hits Flash and kills him.
Oh look, it's Affleck wondering why he's back here again.
Isn't it ironic that Superman at his most altruistic was wearing black, and now he's an evil, like, despotic dictator man, and he's back in his blue and red?
Well, it makes sense, Cav. Like, it's like rain on your wedding day.
Oh. Is it like a free ride when you've already paid?
Exactly. I don't know any other lyrics to that song.
Nah, I could keep going, but I would just be being annoying.
Oh.
I stopped, and you had to stop.
Yeah. How
Oh my
embarrassing.
god, no! That face.
Hello, Batman. I am Martha Manhunter. Okay.
How does he know who Bruce Wayne is? Like,
Because they're the Justice League. Ben Affleck's like, please just let me go home.
On one side, you have...
I was about to say, I think I've turned around to loving Affleck's performance in this scene because he doesn't care.
On one side, you have
It's like,
real life...
you're a Martian.
You have real life Ben Affleck just talking to a wall, and on the other side, you have, like, PS3, like, Barack Obama Martian Manhunter.
Oh, that's who the villain would have been next time is Grodd. He's got to make America Grodd again.
I just said that because he had one line delivery that sounded a lot like Obama to me.
Now let me be clear. I'm a Martian.
And Affleck goes off to never do one of these again.
Affleck's going back to sleep. That's not true, John. He's going to be in The Flash.
All of this is just so
just like to pretend
awkward
that
knowing
didn't
it's not leading to anything. Like, what is the point of the last 20 minutes?
I don't know.
to get you hyped so that you'll demand they let him make more.
You're right. And somebody in the comments was saying the same thing. Leo, I think.
Like, that has to be what it is. Like, it
Mhm.
has to be people are gonna get so excited by this, they're gonna like fan demand that I get to come back.
That's just Snyder in massive denial, right? Like, I will say at the time, I didn't think there was any chance that they would ever make another movie with this cast for a big screen or Max or anything. I thought the best they could hope for would be maybe somebody greenlights like an animated extension of it.
Mhm.
I think because like I like Snyder a lot, but I think he fell into the own hype of the internet vocal minority that's like
definitely
constantly screeching about this. And I think he hasn't gotten out of that, and it really shows in all the Netflix crap that he's been
Well, and he was
pumping out.
understandably depressed about the whole thing, I'm sure. And so
Well, it's
that
an awful situation.
it
Like
was,
everything
yeah,
around it.
and you got to give him that. And so, the people pulling him for him online would have been kind of a refuge for him.
Yeah.
But they were not indicative at all of the grander fan base, and a lot of them were unfortunately just kind of nuts.
I forgot we have an instrumental version of Hallelujah here.
Why are we in like mortuary music?
I think
Saying
that's
goodbye to the Snyderverse.
when I remember when
Like, this sounds like I'm at a funeral.
I remember when the trailer came out. He was like, "Hallelujah is my daughter's favorite song," so that was like part of why I used it for the trailer. So I think that's the only reason it's here.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, fair enough.
Okay, well, and I don't mean to make fun if that's what it is. I actually thought you were kidding when you said that that's what this was. Like, it just sounded like
No, it
generic
just hit me
piano
where I
music
was
to me.
like, "What is this music?"
Is that
it's
actually what that is?
Hallelujah. It is Hallelujah. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. It is. That's crazy. Which is interesting because that's Watchmen.
Yeah. Well, because I remember when he said that, and I was like, "That's like kind of strange," in that that's also the sex scene music in Watchmen.
Yeah, but I mean, no disrespect. Like,
No, I
if
mean
that
when I
was-
saw it in the trailer. Sorry, I should say that as opposed to him saying it was his daughter's favorite song. I don't mean it in that way. Before he said that.
But yeah, I wasn't responding to that. I'm just saying, like, I was kind of making fun of it a minute ago. Like, I didn't even know why this was here. Like okay, like I'm not making fun of that. But
Well, and to be fair, you didn't know. Like it's it's not like you were intentionally making fun of that.
it does seem like an odd choice with the rest of the movie. But then the last half an hour doesn't feel like it's in the same movie.
It feels like a different movie.
We're kind of rushing off and
Yeah.
doing some other thing. So
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you know like why it's there, like you're like, oh, okay, I get it. But if you don't, it is just kind of like, oh, really? Oh, now we have lyrics.
yeah,
That's a little strange.
that was just an introduction. That wasn't even. It's not even an instrumental version.
I thought the song was ending. Okay, that's a little weird.
That's how long
fair
these
enough.
credits are going to be, folks. Ryder, you guys had the same moment when you watched it 4 years ago. I'm sure we did. The same
Yes,
conversation, pretty much. Yeah, sorry for wasting everybody's time.
No, I was contemplating on if I was going to mention that or not, but that's something I think about every now and then where I kind of feel bad, where it's like I do remember having like like what moment, and then
What?
realizing and going, oh, okay.
Oh, Ryder actually went back and watched that.
Hmm.
Thanks, man. I did not.
Yeah, no, I do remember that from that because, like I said, every now and then I think about that, and I'm like, I feel bad that that's what happened, but it is what it is.
I don't know how that was 4 years old.
It is crazy.
Good lord.
So Austin, I pulled up Snyder's Wikipedia page just because I wanted to see if he had anything like coming out soon.
He's working on a 300 show, isn't he?
I didn't see that. He did make that Twilight of the Gods that I am legitimately curious about because it's an animated thing. But the weirdest thing is, so under his filmography, there's an others section, and it's Superman 2025 as creative consultant. And I don't know what that means.
That's just got to be like a Wikipedia, anyone can edit it thing, right?
Like Shane Black, was it Shane Black doing Grand Theft Auto? The movie?
Yeah, John messaged me the other day and he was like, "Did you know Shane Black is making a GTA movie? It comes out in 2027." I was like, "What? I feel like that'd be big news." And I look it up, can't find anything about it, but it's listed under his Wikipedia.
If that is true, though, because I thought I read that somewhere else too, that could be just Gunn being kind of diplomatic.
Yeah,
he might
absolutely.
just be being nice to his friend and giving him that credit as like a passing the torch thing.
Yeah, I know
they
like
are friendly at least. I could see him bringing Snyder in to do something at some point.
Me too.
I feel like I can see it going either way.
Now, whether or not Snyder would want to do that after his experiences with Warner Brothers is a whole different thing.
Tyler,
I mean, if he's doing that 300 show, that would be with them, I think.
Then he'd still be in bed with them. I had heard that too. Tyler, I think Gunn asked him for some advice. Okay.
Yeah, I think he posted about like having some dinner with him. Like it might be just they talked about it then. Oh yes, Captain Kuhn, that's right. Gunn did talk about talking with Snyder about making Trunks work in live action.
That's pretty funny if he gets a credit for a thing that he suggested that Gunn then declined on.
Well, it was Gunn was having a hard time making Trunks work for the design, so we asked Snyder, and Snyder was like, "Yeah, I tried, but it just didn't look good." And Gunn was like, "You're right, it doesn't." And then Corn Sweat was like, "No, you have to do Trunks," and then gave like a whole reason for why they should be there. And Gunn was like, "Okay, you're right."
I'm glad he won that argument.
Yeah, Corn Sweat's thing was it was both like a wrestler thing and also it does make him look a little silly. Like it kind of tones down the like powerful god thing and makes him more approachable. Fourth World created by Jack Kirby. It's weird to have just its own credit, just separated from everything.
Englehart's in there because everybody just does the Englehart.
Well, Englehart inspired everything,
Greg
don't you
Ruck
know?
is
Don't
in
you
there.
know?
I wonder what Ruck is in there for.
Wonder Woman, probably just a generic.
Yeah. Good
Wonder
call.
Woman.
He's one of what, like 3 big Wonder Woman writers?
He's one of the biggest, yeah. I have to imagine it's just that.
I was really excited when he got Rebirth.
Yes.
I think, and I was not clicking with that book.
Well, I think he has to leave prematurely off that too.
Oh, really?
Well, because that's also, they were doing the double shipping or whatever at that time.
Yeah, and I think he was just like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, because that has that really annoying thing where it's like he's doing 2 different stories.
Yes, Wonder Woman had that, and a lot of them didn't jump back and forth between stories. They just stretched their length, and it was awkward. There's a lot of really good stuff in Rebirth, but the double shipping thing was awful.
Well, and that would be a place if he's doing 2 stories where you could just have it like, just have him do one and then another writer do another, and you're bouncing back and forth like that, and you can keep up the double shipping.
Yeah, because he does. I don't remember what one of them was, but one of them is just another origin story.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Is that where he does year 1, or is that separate?
That might be what it is. Yeah.
I thought one was an origin thing and the other was like a Cheetah story.
Yes, the other one is a Cheetah story.
Austin, let's finish reading these comments before we finish up here.
Yes.
it would be your turn.
Super Billy, so this is my last one. Super Billy, his favorite thing is the climax. The things he would change. He says, get rid of all the self-indulgent and extraneous Snyder BS, such as stupid Icelandic lady doing her stupid singing.
That's come up
The
twice
stupid
now.
post-apocalypse dream/vision with the stupid Jared Leto Joker, etc.
Tell us how
his
you
biggest
really
surprise
feel.
was that it was decent.
But here's all these things that are stupid.
Yeah, I love just specifically this stupid thing and this stupid thing and this stupid thing that connects to this stupid thing.
That was great. Damian Wade, favorite thing, Amber Heard's hilariously bad British accent. No surprise they changed it for the Aquaman movie. And that's all he said.
I love how you've had two now that are just like, yep, that's it.
That's it. Read a book. Saqib Tariq, what's your favorite scene? When Superman dies and we have to listen to his scream go around the planet for hours. What main thing would you change about the movie? Not a 4-hour slog. What surprised you? How much of a slog of a 4-hour movie would be? They could have cut half an hour. They could have cut an hour and a half.
They could have cut all of it. Just Control Alt Delete the movie.
Because when you say they could have cut half an hour, well, they could have not shot that extra half hour that doesn't need to be there.
No, you can cut a solid 2 hours, I think, out of this movie. But that half hour, like, absolutely is like necessary.
I'm being generous when I say 2.5. Like, I'm with you. I do think you can cut more than that. But I think that's everything. Hopefully, I didn't miss one.
And then this turns into the other longest commentary because then you have to go back and read them.
Yeah, somebody let me know if I missed one. I think I got them all.
I'll leave us with another look at that beautiful image.
Everybody, thanks a lot for watching and sticking around so late. We had a really great crowd tonight, and people stayed for 1:30 a.m. Oh my God, for this 4-hour snot. And this whole thing has been worth it for what will forever more be known as the snot. I wish we could convince HBO Max to change Zack Snyder's Justice League to snot.
Yeah, and just that, like, just snot.
We should start a new hashtag, and it should be like hashtag make it the snot or something.
Yeah, everybody start adding James Gunn and just say rename
the Snyder cut
Snut.
to snot.
Robert Wilde snut us all.
Some say there's a little snut in all of us.
Kenzun snut. Well, anyway, we will see you again tomorrow night for another one. We're going to do a double feature. This might as well have been one of those. And tomorrow night we're doing the Suicide Squad and Black Adam. It will be very silly. John, are you on for that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
That after that is when I'm out.
Cool. We'll have a crowd. We'll have kind of a panel, another big panel for that one then. I say big. It'll be us and the three of us again and Robert. And
Everyone wants to do Blackest Adam.
And maybe Jason for
True.
part of it. I'm not sure yet. Oh wait, tomorrow is Wednesday, right? Yeah, so Jason will be there for the Suicide Squad. Because he loves that movie.
Black Adam will be a blind commentary for me. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. We should let John do a lot of the talking. He'll be like, "What?" and "Huh?"
And then that happened.
And then that happened.
And then Black Adam pledges his allegiance to the Graveyard Smash.
Oh.
All right, I think we did all the things we were supposed to do. So thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you again tomorrow. I was Captain Logan. This was Austin the Day Ghost and John the Sandoval. Good night, everybody.
Wait, John is actually Martian Manhunter. This whole
What?
time.
That explains the glowing eyes I just now saw.
Yeah.
Cap, I need you to go back in after the fact and edit like red glowing eyes to match up with the accusations.
And then
then
I
cut
have
that
to
part of him telling you to do that.
and then I have to make your face after that the worst CG we've ever seen.
Oh,
There's
no.
draw a stick figure.
But it's green. I just color it in a little bit.
With a green crayon.
Yeah. All right, bye everybody.
See ya.
Have a good night, everybody.